CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
Stride breaker, right?
1v1.
Yeah, okay. Unified onto Criscata. Into the Feather Storm. He just preemptively heal, rooted in place, and oh no, he burns the flesh as well!
But, you know, they should be able to go in for a little bit more. Kongra gets the kick off onto Wako, but Wako able to dodge out onto Driver. Now Uniboy going for the backline, gets a distort, but Minji stays alive right here. Things are getting incredibly close. Will Kino fall down? Driver looking for the Q, but Minji turns him up, and they get the kill instead. This is actually turning up to be a 1-for-1. JT over. Both sides is happy to push in this mid, and Little B has to be a little bit careful here. Leon coming in with the engage first. They are going to start up onto Enso and Uniboy, but Wako on the other hand is about to go down. He's just alive for now, but he finally does die. Driver is still alive, and he's chopping down targets here. So in the end, it will be a 2-for-3 trade, but Little B goes down, and Uniboy is the only one alive. Super scattered fight.
Now, and things are just starting to get a little bit weird in this jungle. The dive, the knock, the bop. The Kurt is trying for the disengage, and he's not going to be able to do it as Hana opens up with a Heartbreaker. In goes the dash. What a massive body slam. And now it is going to be Hana, Criscata all the way on the board as they wipe off most of Frankie's.
Interested about this. I feel like he actually accidentally placed it. Yeah, he definitely accidentally placed that Herald.
Yeah, Driver looking for opportunity.
Oh, there goes the final chapter. They managed to catch two. There goes the reset. But they get the Viego back in turn. JT do have a numbers advantage, but at the meantime, Charm goes down anyway, and they're getting multiple kills. Resets down for Uniboy, and he kicks up all the remaining members. Beyond Gaming wanted to hold up.
Anima Squad deploy. What's up, Doc? I bring swift death. Impure fools.
Let's see what you're made of.
Be still! I'm trying to shoot you. All right, now we're hopping. off to a good start. Hey, Fishbones, should we blow something up?
You might inconvenience people and hurt their feelings.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Threadbreaker, right?
1v1.
Yeah, okay. Unified onto Cascada. Into the Feather Storm. He just preemptively heal rooted in place. And oh no, he burns the flesh as well.
But, you know, they should be able to go in for a little bit more. Kongren gets the kick off onto Wako. But Wako able to dodge out onto Driver. Now Uniboy going for the backline, gets a distort, but Minji stays alive right here. Things are getting incredibly close. Will Kino fall down? Driver looking for the Q, but Minji turns him up, and they get the kill instead. This is actually turning up to be a 1-for-1. JT over. Both sides is happy to push in this mid, and Little B has to be a little bit careful here. Leon coming in with the engage first. They are going to start up onto Enso and Uniboy, but Wako on the other hand is about to go down. He's just alive for now, but he finally does die. Driver is still alive, and he's chopping down targets here. So in the end, it will be a 2-for-3 trade, but Little B goes down, and Uniboy is the only one alive. Super scattered fight.
Now, and things are just starting to get a little bit weird. In this jungle, the dive, the knock, the bop, the Kurt is trying for the disengage, and he's not going to be able to do it as Hana opens up with a Heartbreaker. In goes the dash. What a massive body slam! And now it is going to be Hana, Cascada all the way on the board as they wipe off most of Frankie's.
Interested about this. I feel like he actually accidentally placed it. Yeah, he definitely accidentally placed that Herald.
Yeah, Driver looking for opportunity.
Oh, there goes the final chapter. They managed to catch two. There goes the reset. But they get the Viego back in turn. JT do have a numbers advantage, but at the meantime, Charm goes down anyway, and they're getting multiple kills. Resets down for Uniboy, and he picks up all the remaining members. Beyond Gaming wanted to hold up.
Anima Squad deploy. What's up, Doc? I'll bring swift death. Impure fools.
Let's see what you're made of.
Stay still! I'm trying to shoot you. All right, now we're hopping. Mission's off to a good start. Should we blow something up?
You might inconvenience people and hurt their feelings.
Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Light from above. Give me your love, all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. From above, yeah. Give me your love, give me all your love. Now the darkness turns to light. No wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to our new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizon. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to a blue world. We are traveling with our mascara on the pillow. Midnight, flowers bloom. Never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. I'm walking on a wire. You're just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. 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 My teardrops on the dance floor.
And welcome, everybody, one and all, to the PCS Spring Playoffs 2022. We are getting right down to the wire here, and as we have already found one of our grand finalists, we are about to find out another after a couple series, not just tonight. There's another one to go. We'll get into that, but we have a few more here, and this one is big because it is the JT Multiverse taken to the stage. 2 teams enter, and only one will leave and get to go on ahead to face PSG Talon tomorrow. Hey everybody, I'm Pyrotechnics, and I'm joined by Nightstar on the broadcast tonight. And of course, our sponsors, once again, for the Spring Split, I do want to give them a shout out. CTBC Bank, and of course, Caliber. Thank you for making this split of the PCS possible. And I also want to give a shout out to our broadcast partners, Carry Live, Garena, and Riot Games. All right, Nightstar, are you ready to rock and roll and see which iteration of J-Team will reign supreme?
Dude, this is so exciting because when we came into the split, we ranked, it was the 3J team multiverses. How would they do going toe-to-toe with PSG? And what do you know? The Final Four ends up being all 3J teams and PSG. It doesn't get better than that. So coming into this matchup, very, very excited to see who comes out on top. I think a lot of our predictions coming into playoffs was that, well, PSG will be the final boss, and then it's just a matter of which of these 3J teams will come out of that scuffle. But as of this moment, it's CFO already establishing themselves in the finals.
Yeah, things have definitely not gone as expected. I think just about everyone of us casters in multiple languages have said, oh yeah, we expected PSG to be on the top, because that's what history says, but it is a new day in the PCS. PSG last night falling in a 3-1 series to CTBC Flying Oyster, who now take a spot in the finals. PSG, of course, do drop down, as it is a double elimination bracket, into the lower bracket finals, which is what these two teams tonight are playing for. Deep Cross Gaming and J-Team in a rematch of the first game of the split that really set the tone, I think, for how things were going to go. We may not have known it back then, Nightstar, but we are getting into it now. And man, it is going to be exciting to see who our Spring Split champion is and who goes on to represent the PCS at MSI this year. Deep Cross, J-Team, they both have shown strengths and weaknesses in this postseason. I want to say Deep Cross definitely on a bit more of a momentum uptick, but J-Team did take down the raid boss of Beyond Gaming, so I think they both have a lot to show for themselves in this matchup.
Yeah, and it was a very grueling series for J-Team against Beyond Gaming, but I think in that series, J-Team learned a lot about themselves, and I'm really keen to see how they take some of those lessons that they got from that Beyond Gaming series and transition it into this DCG series, because while Beyond Gaming and DCG are very different teams, I think the lessons that they got from that series can still transition over to this particular series.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. And, having a little bit more of a longer ride, sometimes you get a bit more of that experience, a little bit more time to try and settle into your style. But adapting for a style is very difficult to do against the side of Deep Cross Gaming, because these guys play all over the place, and that is a good thing. This is their starting lineup for tonight. Leaky in the top side, Hana in the jungle, Nesty in mid, Kriskata and Woody rounding out that bottom lane. Now, this is a team that certainly pulls in two different directions. They like to play through the top. They like to play through the bottom. Nesty is perhaps the most supportive mid laner in League of Legends. He lives to help other people out. He's the big quintessential roamer, a very different type of mid lane player.
Yeah, absolutely. His play style has been to, for the most part, focus on top side of the map. Yes, there's been a couple times where he does allocate time and resources into Kriskata, and you can certainly see Kriskata excel sometimes in those moments, but the majority of the time, this is a very top-heavy squad, which makes this matchup even more intriguing, because on the flip side, for J-Team, when we talk about J-Team, it's about this mid-jungle, and then they tend to play a lot towards bot side.
Yeah, it is a little different how Gravity tends to shift there. Coming into the split, I think Kongye and Uniboy were perhaps the most hyped mid-jungle duo in the entire league. And I think that's what made their initial opener loss so surprising to Deep Cross Gaming. But they're, of course, joined by driver Lil V and Enzo. And it is going to be an interesting bout between these two teams because they do vary so much in style, especially in that mid lane. Uniboy, he is the one who's going to try and be the quintessential carry, has a number of pocket picks that are almost must bans. His Zoe was an absolute terror in the regular split. He's, of course, picked up Ahri along with a number, and let's be honest, most of our mid laners here in the PCS, but he's got, I think, a few more surprises to show. He's definitely had a lot of strengths. On the other side of the Rift, Driver has had a few ups and downs himself in the playoffs. I think Lil V and Enzo have also had a few struggles, but they are a very experienced duo, in particular Lil V. Enzo, I mean, it's sometimes easy to forget that this guy was a jungler 2 splits ago.
Yeah, it is very easy to forget that Enzo started out jungler for Berjaya Dragons, then shifted into the support role so they could bring on Arashi, who we still also have in the PCS. So very fortunate to still retain these players, but yeah, I would agree that it is a little bit, easy to forget that he did make that transition, and as a result, his pool might be a little bit smaller than a lot of some of these other players in that support role. But our highlighted matchup, Cascada, Lil V, the AD carries, they bring in a lot of damage for their teams. You would say Cascada, percentage-wise, a little bit more because of the fact that Nesty tends to contribute a lot less than your typical mid laner.
Yeah, that's for sure. Those numbers, the damage percentage he usually rocks is a little more inflated, but he does put out a lot of big numbers. And Cascada is such an incredible rookie, even though he has had a little bit of a rougher ride in the playoffs. He's been absolutely popping off, and if it wasn't for the sudden, absolute earth-shaking arrival of Shun, I think he still looks like potentially rookie of the split, but he's going up against a very experienced player in Lil V, a mainstay of the PCS. Now 23 years old versus the 19-year-old Cascada, so it is certainly going to be a more veteran presence in the bottom side up against the rookie hotshot. But we are into picks and bans for game number 1, Nightstar. And no surprises to see Syndra banned out against Uniboy. The Ahri ban on red side seems to be the trend of late, as both these mid laners have picked it up.
Yep, Ahri is certainly going to be a I would assume 100% pick ban in this series, unless if there's a lot of things that change. But with the early ban onto that champion coming out, we already have 3 mid bans, right? We have the Syndra, we have the LeBlanc, we also have the Ahri. Now it's just a matter of, do we add a 4th from the side of J-Team? The Galio indeed does come out, another pick that we expect to see a lot of focus on. And then the final one is the Aphelios. I talked of when you and me were prepping for this series earlier. This Aphelios pick has been key for both of these AD carries, because when you roam the support up for the Rift Herald play, both of these teams like to leave their AD carry down in that bot lane, and a lot of our AD carries will very willingly just go for the 1v1 straight up, and Aphelios is probably the best at that.
More consistent for sure. We've talked about the Jinx Aphelios handshake. There's a lot more pop-off potential in the Jinx, but the Aphelios can get it done a lot more consistently. Nesty on a roaming champion, check the box. No surprises there. On the J-Team side, they do opt to take another champion that has been extremely prioritized in our league. It is going to be the Nautilus. And of course, Konge gets his chance to play the Lee Sin. But this is a hover that I'm always excited about when Woody is involved, because Renata Glask has had some mixed success, but Woody has been the one more often than not leading the charge. 4 out of 5 games on this champion. He's found a win, but he locks it in again, looking for another. J-Team instantly answer with the Jinx. I do love the counter engage, potential roam that Woody can get out of this, but we're into pick ban phase 2. Nightstar, it's going to be jungle targets.
Yeah, J-Team banning away the Volibear. Volibear has skyrocketed in value in our playoffs, and for good reason, because of the fact he brings so much early game potential. He also is extremely powerful in the mid game, just as a pseudo tank, and even towards the late game, if he gets snowballed during that early mid game portions, he is a really annoying, real big bruiser coming in from the jungle role that's very difficult to take down as the AD carry. But it will also be that Renekton band away coming in from J-Team. A little bit surprising here because while we did see a decent chunk of it in the CFO series, for the most part, Renekton hasn't been very prominent in our league.
Yeah, oh, okay. So many bans thrown at Uniboy, but the mid Kaisa is still a possibility. He's played it once already. He's going to go for a little bit more safety, a little bit more sitting on his own back line, and that is going to be the Victor lock-in for him. Still a lot of damage. It does seem like J-Team are going mostly for late. Of course, Kongye trying to bridge that gap with an early game heavy presence. Jungler like Lee Sin is most played in this split. Very much right up his alley. But how do Deep Cross answer? Are we going to be looking for the blind leaky pick here? There's still jungle to go.
Looks like it could just be that Gnar pickup, which we've seen a lot of when it comes to blind pick top laners. And now for J-Team, we could see some sort of big tank come out from Driver, because you look at your composition already. You have a Jinx, you have a Victor, you have a lot of space control and a lot of fallback sort of potential. Now, as long as you get a really big hyperscaling tank, I feel like it's so hard to get past that hyper tank to get access into the backline to your Jinx, to your Victor. So I think the Ornn makes sense. The Malphite can potentially have value, but
they swerve.
Yeah, the gameplay may not be a hyper scaling tank, but the amount of space control offered by this pick is still incredibly powerful.
Okay, so with the pivot there, Nightstar, J-Team's composition, it does have a lot of damage. It does seem like its front line is a little bit fragile, though. What are they going to look to do here up against the likes of Deep Cross?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of this coming in from the CFO series, right? Yesterday, where CFO, they would pick these scaling champions and then just really focus around playing around the Victor gravity field. So I think that's going to be a key cooldown to keep track of in these fights, because other than that, they don't have a lot of ways to create a lot of space except with your big ticket ultimates, right? Your Victor ult can create some space, your Gangplank ult can create some space, but we can clearly see there's a big gap in the scaling, because on one hand we have Gangplank, Victor, Jinx. On the other side, we've got Rise, who we know on 3 items can be a terror, but after that drops off a cliff. And then we also have Gnar, not exactly the greatest late game scaling champion. So I really like this J-Team draft. It's just a matter of how they're able to execute during the early game to get to that late game status.
Yeah, we'll see if the likes of Deep Cross Gaming can hold them off, or if it will be a J-Team success story in game number 1 here. Remember, this series, we will see the winner heading into the lower bracket finals for a shot at the grand finals. They'll have to clear through PSG Talon to do it, but in this series, it is winner go home. There is no more elimination after the double. So, kicking things off, Deep Cross going for a 4-man grouping here, as they have Hana actually hovering topside, but he should be coming back. Let's talk a little bit about the win conditions that Deep Cross are going to be trying to give for themselves, because they do seem to have a smattering of things that sit squarely in their comfort zone.
Yeah, and for the most part, they do have a lot of shoving lanes, right? You have a Gnar with that extra range advantage in the Boomerang. It can help him get lane priority. You also have the Rise in the mid lane. Of course, we know what he can do. And against a Victor who doesn't get that extra wave clear early on, he should be able to get mid lane priority pretty readily. And then in that bottom lane, you have a range support up against the melee support, so you should also get lane priority. So it's about being able to invade and slow down Kongria, prevent him from ganking. That, I think, is going to be the main win condition for DCG. And then with all these shoving lanes, just try and pretty much go full court press, as we would say in basketball.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. The only concern that I would have about that, right, is that Hana's not really been the fastest jungler. He's played a lot of champions like this Hecarim because he gets into the 5v5s. He gets to play for the team fights a little bit more. But Kongye works a lot faster than he does, so I feel like he's going to need to pick up the pace if he wants to try and shut him down. or he's going to be relying on his team to roam early, which they do quite a bit of.
Yeah, and J-Team, I do think that overall, this draft just offers them a lot of potential. Driver also hitting level 2. He can just kind of walk in onto Leaky, dumping so
Nice
much
barrel chain.
damage. Yeah,
That's
that was
pre-Narbar.
Yeah, that was so smooth. And we're seeing the blind pick get punished.
Yeah, Woody takes a dredge line out of Enzo. They just trade a little bit of damage. Lilvi is forced to tank a bit too, but that level 2 early pop for J-Team's bot lane does give them a little timing window. And you're absolutely right, Nightstar. It is looking like the pressure's kind of turning around just a little bit there. Curious, that top lane is always going to be one to watch, especially the GP versus Gnar. But when you're talking about J-Team, you got to keep your eyes on Konge and where he is going to go. You mentioned hyper-scaling. He's pretty much the one champion on that team that really won't. I mean, I guess you don't really count the supports. But where does he focus his attention? What does he get done? Because right now, it's pretty even on the jungle farm. The pathing both teams should pretty much know where each other's going to be. But Konge can get involved early, and he tends to like to help Uniboy out. But unless you want to counter gank, I don't know if you necessarily need to be there.
Yep.
As Hana is here in this mid lane, and Uniboy a little low on mana. Hana's going to get spotted upriver, though.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the rare instances where if you're J-Team, you're not going to play through Uniboy in this game. Okay, nice hook.
Catch.
Good
Yeah,
damage.
Woody taken very low there. Good Riptide. They do get the root back on. Criscata doing everything he can to try and return fire. That is both ignites expended by the supports on the bottom side, but inconclusive. No first bloods just yet. And as we expected, it's a very spicy 2v2 in this bottom lane to kick things off.
Yeah, and I also think for J-Team, like, their focal point should be down in this bottom lane because of the fact that you have the CC offered by Nautilus. It's really hard to find ganks in a lot of these other lanes, except if DCG laners do overshove and put themselves in a poor lane state. Certainly, in those instances, you could see a gank come through, but I think it's about, if you're going to gank a lane, it's about this bottom lane. And then otherwise, you're looking to make sure your GP doesn't get dove on.
For sure. Right now, they haven't really had to worry about that. And in fact, Driver has built up a little bit of a CS lead, although I think it's just close enough to probably tango back and forth for a little bit. That Sheen buy on the first back here, as we'll take a look at how the player levels are shaking out in this early game. Been relatively quiet, with a small CS advantage just about for J-Team. And you can see Lilvi is pulling ahead of Criscata, the veteran trumping the rookie in this early game. Does have the composition, does have the 2v2 for it. And with the Nautilus priority, you know, this is something that we talked about in the pregame before we were getting ready for today. I know you mentioned that Nautilus is a pretty big pick, not just because of its inherent popularity and its ability to set up these plays, but because Lilvi had a hard time stopping the face tanks and stopping the dredge lines into him. So the solution has just been, we're just going to first rotation it.
Yeah, this Nautilus pick is going to be pretty important in the series as well. It feels like a lot of these picks, if left through, will just get snapped up, right? Like a lot of the bans we saw in the first phase. And then this Nautilus pick, just because of the fact that Lil V, he's shown, depending on day, he's going to be extremely streaky when it comes to dealing with avoiding these hooks. So game number 1, they're starting on a good foot in the fact that, well, he doesn't have to deal with the Nautilus.
Okay, Konge is backing in Tribrush, but he has stopped it. Looks like they want to try and bait an overextension here from Criscata and Woody. It's been a very quiet early game, 6 minutes, no first blood. Okay, there's going to be the root down, and into the Flame Choppers. Woody just barely dodges it, and oh, Konge, he smelled the blood, but it wasn't close enough for him to capitalize on.
Yeah, Lil V takes a large chunk of damage, and it's because of the fact that they wanted to bait that fight, right? If you get grabbed by the handshake, that might prompt DCG to start unloading and put themselves in a spot where you can collapse. But again, Enzo, he has to be the real big starter for that fight, being able to land the hook. And now it looks like DCG, they're going to bring multiple members. They have the mid jungle rotating over, but it won't be a dive on bot lane, but rather it's going to be a turn for this blue buff, which is a good deny from the Victor because it does limit his ability to control that mid wave.
Yeah, and it's taking away one of Kongye's camps. As you mentioned, this was one of the strategies. They wanted to try and delay the Lee Sin as best they could. Hana does actually get 6 before his opposite number, so far it's working out okay for Deep Cross. They haven't really lost anything in this game. Sure, Leaky got a little zoned away, but they're able to use the extra presence that they have down bot to start off on this Infernal. Able to take that one without any contest right now as they claim number 1. There'll be an Ocean Dragon on the Rift number 2.
Yeah, and as of now, there's not a whole lot happening on the Rift. J-Team, of course, pretty happy to scale up with this composition. And for the side of DCG, we know when Hana is on more of these team fighting champions, he does take a long time to actually get involved onto the map. He does like to full clear more often than not. And in this instance, it sort of works out because he is up against a Lee Sin. So in the isolated matchup, Lee Sin needs to have more done in order to get more value out of the pick. But you might see a pick-off coming in from J-Team. It does look like they will exit the bush. I mean, it is a level 6 with red-white on Ophelia, so it's incredibly dangerous to just go for that fight. Because if you don't burst out the Ophelios and one-shot him, which they weren't level 6, so they didn't have the Jinx ultimate to follow up with the Nautilus ult, then he just turns things around with either the Severum burst heal or the Crescendum infinite amount of damage.
So right now, what Deep Cross are able to do is, as the Jinx Rocket comes in, okay, yeah, Hana, I think he saw that one coming. He backs away so that the AoE doesn't hit it. They've gotten objectives on both sides of the map relatively uncontested, and I think this is what you were talking about in the pick ban as far as win conditions go, pushing lanes. They're not necessarily winning the lanes, but they are pushing them out, which does make it a little bit hard for J-Team to try and contest a little, and now J-Team is looking to push deep in enemy territory. Take a look at Enzo right now on a warding spree. He's going to bring Kongye in as well to try and counter jungle on the Raptor camp. So this is that timing window, but we might be setting up for a dive, though.
Yeah, and this is such a smart play coming in from J-Team. They know that they can't contest for the Rift Herald, so what do? They get such nice layered deep vision in this bottom side of the map. So now wherever Hana does go, unless it's straight through lane coming in bot, they will have vision of him. So I love this adaptation coming in from J-Team, knowing that they can't challenge that Rift Herald. And they don't really need to either because they have that 500 gold lead. That's more than the 320 that you would get from the 2 plates that you would be snagging with Rift Herald. It's just a matter of can DCG also get first tower with this?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Is they do have the scaling team, but they also have an opportunity to try and make a play. Ooh, Leaky, speaking of, tried to make the play himself, didn't quite find the Nars shove. Driver was relatively safe there. It has been a quiet topside, but we'll see if that changes a little bit here. Hana doing Krugs directly on the ward, so that vision investment already paying off here as they do spy him. But there's nobody at home, so he wants a lane gank, but he's kind of just wasting time. He doesn't know it yet.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get it back, and now, I mean, the wave is slowly shoving in, but you already see the defensive setup coming in to make sure they don't get dove on this play with Lil V walking up to farm because Kongye is there.
Cascada is in a dangerous position right now. If he gets a hook, they're going to try to make this happen, but it will be a 3v3 unbeknownst to either side. There we go. Now they see Hana. They know he's still here.
Yeah. 3v3, but remember, Realm Warp can sort of cheat a little bit here, so Nesty should be able to arrive on the scene just a little bit faster, but Uniboy will contribute a little bit more damage at the very least. As things stand, though, it's still not a whole lot done.
That's a slow game.
Yeah, pretty slow, pretty steady, which, you know, sometimes we kind of expect it from a game one, more often than not, because both teams trying to feel each other out. They don't want to take that big of a risk. Usually that's when that's for game two, right, where you already have the win or you need to take some risks to get back in.
They're going to try it now. That's a teleport to try and match the pressure, but yeah, J-Team, they get the investment to try and counteract. So as you correctly said, Nightstar, really that Herald doesn't result in much more than the 2 plates already popped down. Victor able to secure up his blue without too much trouble. Deep Cross really wanted that dive, but it felt like it was really telegraphed, and J-Team knew exactly what was happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to use this priority to cash in onto a second dragon, which J-Team, they'll go ahead, let go of. They know that, hey, right now, DCG are pretty darn strong. And we'll just go ahead, let that go, because we know at 2 items, that's where we can start shifting the tides, itemization-wise. And Korea, he'll go ahead, steal away a couple of camps. So at this point, like DCG, this is where you need to start accelerating the game, where you look for these skirmishes to try and pick people off, because you know J-Team, they're definitely a ticking time bomb with this competition.
Oh yeah, starting to feel the pressure a little bit here. Be a little dangerous. Leaky thought about making a 1v1 play, but Kongye was around. Meanwhile, back into the bottom lane, no, nothing's happening there, as it looks like it for a second, but Woody is able to disengage, respecting the return fire potential out of the Renata Glass. It's the reason Woody's had a lot of success on this one. Mythic starting to complete it, though. A little bit faster on the side of J-Team. Lil V with Kraken Slayer. We saw about a minute ago, Driver got his Trinity Force, and just about everybody's starting to pick him up, but you can see there's a small window. Deep Cross just a little bit behind J-Team, and I think they're not feeling quite as confident in their ability to press the go button just yet.
Yeah, Hana, though, is pretty advanced forward, and I think Lil V's dead.
There we go. Yeah, not a lot of chance for him to go anywhere.
Gets the
just
plate.
trying to get a little tower damage. Has the plate. Moral victory. They do get first blood. It's a 14-minute. That might be one of the latest first bloods we've seen this split. A very uncharacteristically slow start, but it is game 1 of a series.
Yeah, and more importantly, the first blood gold does go onto the Philia, so it will shore up some of the CS difference. And I'm not sure if he got any of the plates when they threw down that Rift Herald early on, just because it was a 4v4, very hard to walk up to get that gold split between you and the jungler. So when there's also 4 people, you know, more likely if you're approaching the turret, that everyone else is as well, so you probably wouldn't get much value out of it regardless. But it will be first brick gold, and that will be DCG holding an ever so slight gold advantage. But just going back to itemization, I like the fact that we have J-Team going for the Leandries and the Kraken Slayer, because you know there's a lot of bruisers on the side of DCG. There's going to be a lot of health coming in from this Hecarim, from the Mega Gnar, and also from this tank-oriented Rise build. So I like the adaptations item-wise.
Absolutely. The momentary advantage, though, does shift a little bit for J-Team as they get the opportunity to take their Herald. Still very even in gold despite the first blood. Well, about 300 difference for Deep Cross, but the Dragons do start to make up a bit. So you talked about accelerating the game state. That's what Deep Cross are trying to do right now. They've got 3 in the mid at the moment, but it is very difficult to push a wave against a Victor at any time in the game.
Yeah, and I think DCG, this second Herald is pretty important for them to try and accelerate the game, break that mid tower to then destabilize the map for J-Team. So J-Team, see if they take the play. It doesn't look like it. Knowing that Mega Gnar has popped for Leaky, they just go ahead, say, we're going to try and zone you off. Maybe we get some chip damage on this mid tower, and we'll go from there. Oh, Nesty! What?
Flash Nesty. Oh, and he goes in. That's going to be the hostile takeover. Buying a little time as Woody gets a little help from Enzo to get the kill, but the counter engage is real. Kongye flashes and smites down for the health. They can't quite delete him. What a chaotic fight. It only results in the death of Enzo, though. Now that's a surprise.
Yeah, but you look at how many health bars on the DCG side are actually pretty chunked, and that's why they're going to bring in a teleport. Woody takes another large chunk of damage, And yeah, Flash is really, really important for the side of DCG because of the fact that is a lot of their engage power, right? You need the Flash onto this Rise to get in range of champions on the side of J-Team. As we get to see the replay, you see him flash forward, and I mean, this was a great ultimate coming in from Woody. Really hard to find value with that Renata hostile takeover against the squad of J-Team, but they managed to do it in that instant. Unfortunately, though, aren't able to get more kills out of it.
Yeah, I think really Woody kind of saved that because you could see the Gangplank was doing so much work with his cannon barrage. I love how Cascada flashes in the bush, but he sees like, okay, I can get Konge, but Konge is flashed out, so he tries for the auto, he's out of range and just hits the turret instead. That's gonna be a bit of a tilter.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, and I mean, Konge, he's just so slippery on this Lee Sin, and it's really, really forgiving for a playmaker like Konge to get the Lee Sin because he can go in, he can go out, a lot of freedom, and now Meganar popped.
This is a little dangerous. Not a lot of flashes on the side of Deep Cross. Ooh, they dodged the Nautilus Hook, and Leaky doing a great job zoning, but will they be able to survive the ensuing fight as they've gotten the Dragon? I think they might leave their Gnar for dead. No, he flashes outside the pit. It's a full retreat spread here. For Deep Cross, the laser's going to do it. Uniboy gets one on a hostile takeover. It's not going to be enough for Woody to get bailed out this time. So J-Team go for the chase, and Deep Cross pay pretty dearly for that Dragon.
Yeah, they get themselves the third Dragon. However, J-Team, they find what they wanted, which are kills, and now they have priority in this bottom lane. They might be able to take down this tier 2, but as things stand, J-Team certainly starting to get online as Cannon Barrage does get dumped down, and Enzo will walk away.
Yeah, that was an interesting turn of events for sure. Even in kills and just about even in gold now, you can see that while J-Team were pushing bot, Cascada actually just free-fired down the mid. Let's take a look at this fight because this was a tense one, and it could have gone a lot worse for Deep Cross.
Yeah, a little bit disjointed on the play actually coming in from J-Team. We see the kick coming in from Konge right when the hook comes out from Enzo, and as a result, they don't actually get their hands onto Cascada. However, they are able to still finish off those two members of DCG, and a great cleanse coming in from Lil V to make sure he's able to secure that kill without doing a number on his team, because getting that hostile takeover landed onto you when you have Kraken Slayer as the Jinx, you are doing so much damage, and if that gets turned on to your own team with the AoE rockets, you might be getting a pentakill on your own squad.
Yeah, that's a downside of having those hyper carries too far ahead, I suppose. It is really an ultimate that we haven't really seen as much massive impact from because it's so situational. But yes, Woody has been one of our best players, if not our best player, on this Renata Glass. So it's something that J-Team have to take into their calculations in these fights. Very even game in the gold, but that Dragon stack is building. Keeping in mind it's a Cloud Soul, the ability haste is certainly going to help out. Off the back of that fight, though, as we crest the 20-minute mark, we do see the Bloodthirster coming in for Cascada. He does have a little more sustain to work with. So they're going to try to make these fights last longer, but I don't know if that's going to matter. Uniboy just deletes Woody off the map. A nice combo with Enzo on the hook. Cascada had no chance to help him out.
Yeah, no flash on Woody means that when he's caught out like that, he is absolutely dead. And this time, Konge does line up with that hook on Enzo. So nice 1-2 punch there. Now J-Team, they'll be able to get this mid tower, but we'll see if Hana wants to try and engage. It looks like he's decided against it, as Leaky does have the teleport up, but wasn't quite looking for the play. I think that they certainly decided against just pulling the trigger there. But J-Team definitely online now, and you can see a second item's completed here. While it's a little bit more defensive, you know, you have the extra range coming in from RFC. You also have the Zhonya's Hourglass. I think it's just great bridge items to make sure you get to your big power spike, which is that third item.
Oh, look at this, Uniboy. Woo. That was a fantastic party portal to just dive on top of Uniboy. Good split for Deep Cross.
Still good damage.
This might even open the opportunity to take the Baron. It's pretty early here as Konge, he wants to chase on, but the rest of the cavalry has arrived. And they could see that's the teleport. Cascada dodging out from the rocket. Driver is absolutely going nowhere right now. He's trying to drive back to his safety.
Hana's going.
Here goes the unstoppable onslaught. Lil V knocked back in, rooted for days. Woody getting the kill credit. Deep Cross. They just pull the old switcheroo on J-Team.
Yeah, and Deep Cross Gaming, they just understand their timing windows, how or when they can fight, and that was definitely an instance where they could look for the fight. Konya, though, lands the Q, could go in.
Does go in, does go out. That's
Driver's doing so much damage.
Situation. They took way too long. That's going to be another one
double.
off the back of Driver's ultimate.
It's
the
a 50-50
Baron's still
now.
alive. J-Team, they're going to be able to get him in this one. Leaky going low. Woody forced to flash out. Nesty's Agnes, and they still do not have the smite. Who's going to get it in the end? This has gone absolutely pear-shaped. Nesty looking for more. The Baron is the raid boss. The Baron is the raid boss. Nightstar, 800 hit points. They're just going to J-Team gonna secure it. Just barely. Fail out for Nesty. Can't quite get the kills. What the heck did we just watch?
Oh my God, Pyro, what a fight. Holy moly. Everyone is just so low. It was the ultimate. It looked like it was going to become a yakety sax moment, but J-Team just pull out just the smallest edges there. DCG, they make a great call to look for that Baron, but then J-Team do such a great job with the 3v5, and Driver is absolutely ginormous now. He is 4-0-2. He gets a triple kill in that last fight. He has completed Collector now, and I know Collector might not be a fan favorite when it comes to itemization, but when you have that armor penetration already coming in, that was a lot of work. As we see Lil V, he gets caught out, and when that pick came in, I thought it was just done, dusted. This is going to be Baron. It's up to Konya to make a hero steal, but J-Team, they understand this gangplank is so big, and they can't do anything against the Cannon Barrage. This Cannon Barrage is doing so much work. Cruscata, he can't walk into the pit to play with his team, so they're just playing split. Now, Teleport comes in from Uniboy because he got picked off a long time ago to start out this play, and now he's respawned. He can rejoin. He has, of course, a lot of damage with that Leandries, and he's just pumping it out, and now it's just... This was where things got really crazy because no smites on both sides. We're trying to secure Baron, but we also are trying to find the fight. And nice hook there. I mean, gotta admire Nesty trying to find the steal, but you know,
it was so close.
Yeah.
That was almost the legendary double Baron throw. But we gotta talk about this one as the big setup comes through. Cruscata's off the map. Hana comes in, but it is a little bit too late now as they go back to collapse for the turnaround. Leaky on the front, about to run out of the Meganar. Kongye goes in, Kongye goes back. Woody, Leaky, both low. They lose Enzo in the engage, but the trade for Cruscata is so much more worth for J-Team as they still have 4 members healthy with Baron. In the face of the Dragon stack, J-Team completely deny the Baron. They deny the Drake. They open the base first, and it is J-Team at 25 minutes that have cracked into Deep Cross's base.
Yeah, and for the side of Deep Cross, it doesn't matter if J-Team lose their main engage, if you lose your main damage source, which is Cruscata on this Aphelios. There's just no damage afterwards. Yes, the Triforce and R can do a little bit of work, but you have a tank Rise. So if the side of J-Team, they just go ahead and armor stack. They're not taking a whole lot of damage after Cruscata dies. So nice hook there, beautiful hook. And yes, he does get the bailout casted onto him, but he isn't able to get the assist to actually stay alive. And then, without any damage,
staying alive.
Okay, great pick coming in our smaller screen there. Lil V getting the kill onto Hana. That's also big because that's jungler down. Actually, not going to be that impactful, actually.
But they can still push the top side. I mean, this is Nightstar. Things are starting to look a little bad for Deep Cross. Yeah, right now they're building up that gold lead. You can find them getting the picks. I mean, all of this was allowed by Driver just getting so fed. You talked about the Collector. Yes, it's not the sexiest item in League of Legends. We're aware of that, but it's still very important. It's still very impactful. And at this point, Driver is in a pop-off state. So as long as Uniboy and Lil V just put out consistent damage, it's It's so hard to engage into this comp. You saw Hana a little slower. When we talk about Hana being a slower jungler, that's what we mean. It's not that he's necessarily just like falling behind. It's that his engages just don't come as fast. And Criscata got completely destroyed in that bottom engage because he just didn't have the opportunity to get out of harm's way. The moment the hook lands on him from Enzo, he's just caught in the center of the cannon barrage. Driver's just looking to drop cannonballs on him for days, and that bailout was never going to last.
Yeah, and now here's another drawback of Nestie's build, right? Because he wants to go for that Frozen Heart, knowing that there's a lot of AD damage threats. But as we learned in yesterday's series with PSG and CFO, if you go for that Frozen Heart, because of the control mages coming out on the other side, this Victor will just absolutely shred you. So if you're able to pick off this Victor, maybe you stand a chance in the fight, but otherwise there's no way to navigate around again the GP ultimate and also the graph field coming in from Victor. The amount of space control offered here, you need to be able to find that realm warp into the back line with pretty much all your main engage, with the Gnar, with the Rise, and also this Hecarim. Otherwise it's just way too hard to get backline access.
Yeah, they need a pick, to be honest. And it seems like it's going to be harder and harder to find as J-Team have just moved his 5. And yeah, the other issue on that Victor is even if you catch him, he's got the Zhonya's, right? So in the few seconds he's going to be in stasis, you got the GP dropping ultimates. You've got a 3-item Jinx now that the LDR's completed. So this just gets bad to worse. And Deep Cross, I feel like you might want to just sack this dragon right now because they're just watching it go. They would need a miracle of a pullback. Now here they go for the engage. Leaky gets pulled in. No Mega Gnar just yet. Here comes the ultimate out of Hana and into the hostile takeover. Do they have the damage they need? Enzo is going to go golden here, and that is a big ultimate down for Driver as he tries to cut them off, but it's just enough to take down the dragon. Gnar against the wall. They do find Enzo, but will it be enough? Kongye with the insect on a Criscata is going to deny the damage coming out of Deep Cross Gaming here, and Nesty has nowhere to go. The cleanup crew is coming in. The zap is dodged, but Hana, I don't think he can run forever. And that's going to be a big win for J-Team marching down the mid lane.
Yeah, and Hana holds on to his life along with Nesty, but they are running in the opposite direction of their Nexus. So they will go ahead, get those recalls off, but we can clearly see J-Team's composition is just online. DCG, they took their time trying to find these picks, playing around objectives, and yes, they were able to get a lot of objectives in their favor with the Rift Herald, with these dragons, but they weren't able to find the killing blow, and that was the Baron. Now J-Team, with this second Baron, they can really put a nail in the coffin for game number 1. Hana locked out of the pit. Uniboy might get caught out though.
Yeah, Kongye and Uniboy could be. That's going to be the kickback, but Hecarim goes in with the charge, but the rest of the cavalry arrives once again. Hana goes into stasis for a second, dodges out the Jinx rocket. Doesn't matter, gets yoinked back in to another one as Lil V picks up the kill. A valiant effort completely stymied here as J-Team have taken full control. Let's take a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, we take a look at this fight. The hook lands onto Leaky. The engage comes in from Hana. Honestly, this is probably the best engage you could look for because you're able to chain the Hecarim Fear into the hostile takeover. So it was as good as it gets, but there's just no damage. Criscata, he can't walk forward to deal damage because of the space control offered by the GP ultimate, by that Victor grab field. And because you're not doing damage in those moments of CC, you're overly reliant on Lil V killing his own team. And that didn't happen because he was the one member that did dodge out on that hostile takeover.
You can see that J-Team really respecting that distance, and they know that they can actually just get the outplay.
Oh, that's
Leaky
a big whiff.
completely whiffs the Gnar. Uniboy just breathes deep in that hostile takeover as he goes into stasis, and with those key ultimates burned, it's going to be all J-Team here as they take down the inhibitor in the bottom side, looking to push this one in for the win in game 1 here. J-Team looking incredibly strong, just using the windows they have, using the engage tools they have, and just not allowing Deep Cross to get back into this. A massive Chaos Storm sends Woody back to the fountain, And you can see Hana, even though he goes on the ultimate, he knows this one is over with a sad B going through. Nesty trying to save the day. This might be the opportunity to save. No Nexus turrets, but here's the counter engage. Hana going through, just deleted. The pony is going for a fast route to the fountain as Leaky goes in for the second win, but Deep Cross pushed too hard, pushed too deep, and they will lose in game 1 here. It took a little longer than J-Team would have liked. But as Criscata is trying to hold the game, they're just going to pad these stats out. Lil V's unstoppable. GG, lights out. Game 1 to J-Team.
And DCG in game number 1, they took a bit of a slow approach here, but with the fast compositional scaling difference coming in from the side of J-Team, they were easily able to strike back once those 2 items came online. Because they went for the defensive route, they were able to mitigate the big 2-item power spike coming in from the side of DCG, and once it got to that 3rd item, it was just lights out.
Yeah, I feel like it came down to who could stiff arm the other team more effectively. And J-Team, they just didn't let Deep Cross get enough of an inroad in the early game. The most that they were able to get was like a blue buff steal and a couple of plates. As you mentioned, they kind of traded that back with the CS differential. And even though, you know, there was like one mistake from Lil V overextending in bot into Hana, it didn't matter. They couldn't find enough advantages. The dragon stacking wasn't fast enough, and J-Team were able to deny. So for right now, in this battle of the J-Team multiverse, the original, the classic, the name brand wins the day for game 1.
Yeah, the knockoff not quite doing enough there to bring down J-Team, but
well, that's savage, Nightstar. Knockoff. Oof.
Exactly. But it is a 5-game
there.
series. It is a 5-game series. There's time to adapt, and we know DCG, they're more of the cerebral squad, so I think in a best of 5, that's where they're going to be able to show their best team colors. So while this is a great start for J-Team, and I expect them to take a more CFO approach where we're just gonna pick scaling lanes, but because we're better laners as well for the most part, we're not gonna fall into those big 3-4K gold gaps where all of a sudden that early game composition could snowball onto us. So I think CFO and J-Team in particular understand what they can do with their set of players, and it's really up to DCG to attack a lot harder than they were able to in this particular game.
Yeah, what would you change up in this draft? Because I'm looking at it and I feel like a lot of it was the comfort for what Deep Cross liked to try and do in general, but they didn't have enough damage. I mean, do you think they maybe opt to try and go for the Jinx instead of the Aphelios because of the reset potential? Do you maybe put Hana on something like the Viego that they toyed with in Pick Ban? Or do you think the comp wasn't the issue?
I mean, this is pretty much comfort all around for DCG, right? You get the Aphelios because if you're rotating your 4-man squad up towards that Herald, you still want to be able to have that 1v1, which has been kind of the standard here in the PCS. But the one big pick I would say is that Gnar. You just can't blind pick Gnar at this time. There's too many picks that you can pick against it. And just the fact, again, like you're playing mid lane Rise, you're playing tank Rise, you need other sources of damage. Gnar doesn't bring enough of that. So I would have preferred, again, the Gwen in our league has all but vanished for some reason, but this is still a big damage dealer that contributes magic damage, shores up the deficit that you're having from your tank Rise, that could remedy the situation and can also dive.
Yeah, and they could have gone for something like a Jace, right? If they wanted to try and get a little bit more poke, a little bit more side lane. There are other options, even with like a Tryndamere banned away. So I do think a bit of a swing and a miss from Deep Cross on that aspect of the draft. The other question I want to ask you, Nightstar, while we're waiting to get the stats up, is like what are we going to see in the draft bans change? Because so many were thrown the way of Uniboy, and he's like, that's fine, I got Victor.
Yeah.
So is it even worth it?
We can see in the damage charts, like, Uniboy on Victor just absolutely bodied the side of DCG. And, I mean, really all the carries on J-Team, right? They were just outputting so much damage. And when it comes to trying to deal with Uniboy's champion pool, you probably look to drop the Zoe pick perhaps, but you need to find some sort of solution in that regard. Maybe DCG, I would assume, still stay on the blue side, just because then you're not forced into a situation where you go ahead ban the Zeri. But MVP will be Enzo on this Nautilus pick. Maybe they try and deny the Nautilus pick here. That could be one of those big options as well. It just feels like if you first pick Nautilus, though, it feels really bad because you're investing a lot of draft resource into a support.
But it worked. I mean, hey, Enzo, we talked about how he had role swapped only a couple of splits ago, but certainly proved himself on these engage-heavy champions. He certainly prefers this style of meta, and despite Woody being on a very tricky champion to navigate in the form of the Renata, he still got a lot more value out of his hooks, really making him stretch, and we see why this is such a valued pick in the support role. We don't often see the supports get the MVP, so I think props to Enzo for really stepping it up this game and setting his AD carry up for success.
Yeah, and I also like how J-Team adapted their draft to play against the Renata Glask, right? Because this Renata came in the first phase. We have to remember that. So, and in response from the side of J-Team, what do they have? They've drafted a lot of range. They have the Victor, they have the Jinx, and then they add in a Gangplank. So even if you land the hostile takeover, you just can't get on top of those CC targets. So I love the draft adaptations coming in from J-Team more so. And for the side of DCG, yeah, we need to start considering why we're picking Renata Glask and how to play around this champion, because I think this is a very powerful champion. You just can't really funnel yourself into a very narrow choke point in the draft phase when you take her that early.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a risk for them, and Deep Cross are going to have to find some answers, but we'll find out if they do right on the other side of this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Now the darkness turns to light. No way you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. New skies turning to a new world. We are traveling with our gravity. Reaching new horizons, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Taste the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of light that we touch the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of light that
Yo. One thing's for sure, you're gonna recognize me when I walk in the door. And the tactic get the haters to give an applause. I can get an encore without giving them more. But wait, I'm giving them more. Every 7 days I'm giving them 24. You can't make the cut if you ain't gonna bore. These ones don't know about war. I grew up cold, hungry and poor. I wasn't grateful, I wanted more. I wanted women, I wanted tours. So I grinded and grinded some more. Woke up the breast, I had to fight more. So I burnt out, I couldn't do more. I had to put ascension on pause. Now I'm back like I want no war. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. I'm in my bag like loose change. Self-proclaimed hero like Bruce Wayne. Out the sight even if you bought new frames. All this talk about weight but got no gains. How you gonna do a sight with no aim? Marathon longevity is my lane. I get dark like under the duvet. And don't roll with a weak link like a pro chain. Self-ignorer when I was poorer. My struggle gave me a god flood of the Torah. I didn't stop me pleasuring somebody's daughter. My cup running over to the spills of the saucer. Look, call me true the author. My battle plans rapper terroristic torture. Look, these hands can bend water. Boom boom explorer like Avatar Korra. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs. We are going to find out who moves on to face PSG in the lower bracket finals tomorrow out of the J-Team multiverse. Right now, the original seems to be the best, Nightstar. We'll have to see if the trend continues or if Deep Cross can find an answer in Game 2. No side selection change, so we may see some similar picks and bans. But before we get underway, I do want to thank our sponsors once again, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for being awesome and making the PCS happen, making it all possible. Now, Nightstar, we've got ourselves a little bit of a head-scratcher for Deep Cross, I think, as Clement might like to say. This is some picks that didn't quite work out in the early game, and they really got stymied in the late from the outscaling.
Yeah, I think for the side of Deep Cross Gaming, when your win condition when it comes to late game is just somehow we need this Hecarim to be ginormous and outscale the Lee Sin. I don't think that works out more often than not because A, you're going phase rush Hecarim, and B, Hana is again one of those players that isn't really playing to scale and be a late game hyper carry. He's a lot more of the utility focus, utility driven. So going into this next game, maybe we get him, maybe we early priority the Volibear, right? Because that was banned away in the second phase. Get him on something that can be more active in the early game. Maybe the Trundle, if we leave it to the second phase, because that's still a champion that can be aggressive and get access to early tempo because you just kind of give up camps and run around with this pillar.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very big possibility. Letting Hana do his thing is, I think, important here if you want to use him as a secondary engage tool, more utility. Nesty, of course, would like to be on a champion that can make plays around the map. We saw him on Rise last time, which is one of his most played, but doesn't have as much of an impact, and I feel like you want to give him on a champion that can add a little bit more of zing to some of those diving plays. We'll see. So far, the picks, or the bans, I should say, have not changed, continuing to focus on Uniboy. I don't know if that's the best decision, though, Nightstar. I mean, all of his quote-unquote champion pool was banned out, and then he just whips out the Victor and does fine. All right, same draft.
Yeah, I think we're going into deja vu.
What year is it?
I mean, for J-Team, this would be a Nautilus into a Lee Sin pick for staying on theme. And I mean, for J-Team, like, there's nothing to really change about at least this first rotation because the Nautilus worked and Kongyue on the Lee Sin was effective. You know, it wasn't flashy, but he didn't need to be. He didn't have to smash an early game because he has Victor, Jinx, and Gangplank in that previous game to do all the damage late game. So we can see Kongyue in this J-Team, contrary to a lot of his previous teams, has been able to be more of a team player. He's been able to say, I can rely on my teammates, whereas in previous iterations, he had to do a lot of the carry work.
Yeah, this is an adaptation for Deep Cross, though. As you mentioned, focus on the Volibear, getting that priority and locking it in. I am still a little worried about the really heavy priority on the Aphelios because they can always opt for the handshake anyways. It seems like they're giving quite a lot up by dedicating that first pick to him, and it kind of worries me that they don't feel like Priscata likes the other side of the matchup. But other than the Volibear, we have the same draft so far. Uniboy Zoe, yeah. Oh man, it's still open.
Yeah, Zoe being hovered, but I don't really think that they should look for a mid lane pick necessarily, just because again, you have a lot of ways to play around it. But they are currently hovering. Okay, they go ahead look for the 80 carries. Yeah, the 80 carry pick makes a lot more sense because you don't want the Xayah and the Jinx to get taken away from you in that second phase and then be forced on something like the Kaisa, which, while scales incredibly well, still again struggles during the early game.
Yeah, this is kind of the reason I was a little worried about the heavy Deep Cross priority on Aphelios, because it's like, all right, well, either Lil V takes the same matchup, which he did fine in, or he just goes Xayah and gets the counter pick. Yeah, what are you gonna do? They ban the Rakan themselves, so Deep Cross don't get a chance on it. I don't know if the Renata ban comes in. They're still kind of going for the stiff arm, and you can see it looks like a little bit of frustration for Deep Cross, really in deep thought right now, trying to figure out what exactly they're going to counteract this with, as the Victor is banned, continuing to focus Uniboy, but I mean, he might just go for the Zoe this time.
Yeah, so I think Uniboy definitely got into their heads a little bit by hovering a multitude of other champions, right? So DCG, they take away the Victor. I think that's a big pick. They probably also take away the Orianna, as both of those two champions control a lot of space. And if you're focused on playing a dive composition, those are the two really most annoying champions. But if you want to throw a ban into that top side, Gangplank is a must in that vein. So we'll see what they go ahead and take away, but no matter what happens here, I think J-Team are going to be happy with what they grab for their mid laner here. So I think it's just going to be an Orianna, and then go ahead, save that last pick for Driver.
Yeah, so far you're calling it 100% of the way, but J-Team, they have a pretty telegraphed strategy with what they want to do, but it doesn't matter if Deep Cross can read it. I don't know if they can, really, because it's just so strong. So seconds ticking down here. We will get that lock in, and Driver can just do whatever the heck he wants. He can still pick that GP unless it's blinded by Leaky. And yeah, this negates some of the edge you have on Deep Cross. Leaky has been a pretty solid performer during the regular split. In the playoffs, he has struggled, whereas Driver has been on the rise. Not the champion, mind you, just the upward trajectory.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, Driver, it's not quite the lane to play the rise pick, but DCG, they'll go ahead, blinds pick this GP here, and GP is probably one of the strongest top lane champions at the moment, right? He's good into the tanks, he's good into most of the bruisers as well. It's hard not to just hard slam this champion, unless if you go for something like an Akshan, like a Lucian pick to just hard slam the matchup. But if you do that, you do sacrifice a little bit of your team composition. So here, I think it's probably more fitting if Driver goes for something like the Ornn, but I mean, the Jace, I don't hate it, just because, again, it adds a little bit more range, but it is, again, not quite the GP, because GP has more utility, but you have the Jace gate to try and escort your team backwards against the dive power from DCG.
Yeah, they have a lot of potential to get into that backline. It also seems like they have a pretty decent 1-3-1 on the Deep Cross side with that Gangplank takeaway. On the J-Team side, this seems a little earlier focused than last time around. I wonder if we see a shift up in the way they approach the game, Nightstar.
I think the change coming in from game number 1, if you were the side of J-Team, was that we gave a little bit too much up in the early game. We gave up the first 3, maybe even 4 objectives. I don't quite remember. They lost both dragons. Actually, they lost the 3 dragons. Well. I think they lost both the heralds, yeah, as well. So that's 5 straight objectives. So I think J-Team, this change up is more of like, hey, we'd like to be able to try and get one of those first 2 dragons. It felt like we pressured ourselves a little bit too much on that 4th dragon and being able to win out from there. And the change, you know, I'm not opposed to it. It also gives them a little bit, again, it gives them a little bit more agency in the early mid game compared to what they had in game number 1.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get ahead and on the board there. I think looking to try and win out the lanes can be a winning strategy for this team. We're seeing a lot more variation out of the side of J-Team than Deep Cross. I think that's the biggest surprise for me today. But Deep Cross for themselves, a little more confident in what they have in this lock-in. They have more damage for one, so it's not going to be all on Kriskata to put it out. That Gangplank is a massive takeaway. We'll see what it can do in the hands of Leaky. So far, he has not lost on the Gangplank. So, see if he can keep his record unscathed. But he is up against Driver on his most played champion of Jace.
Yep, the Jace matchup, of course, pretty good in the early phase, having that range differential, and we can see DCG, they understand the importance of this top half of the map. Hana, in both games, has gone ahead, walked all the way up to top side, thrown down a ward, just to make sure that Leaky is going, or won't get taken advantage of in that top side. Unfortunately, it didn't matter in game number 1, but maybe it makes more of a difference game number 2, as it will be J-Team getting early vision on where Hana will start.
Yeah, they're going to be able to spot this red buff very easily here as we get underway. A little bit of emote spam coming out of Uniboy and Nesty, having a little fun with each other. I do love the surprise Timachu. That's probably one of my favorites for the pro players.
It is pretty good. And I think when it comes to our early game pathing coming in from both of these junglers, Hana, I think he's going to look for some sort of flash gank at level 3, whether it's in the mid lane or in that top lane. If you burn the flash on a Jace or the Orianna, these solo laners just have to play a lot more respectfully against the laners of, you know, your Ryze, who has that point click CC, and the GP who is very comfortable just scaling.
Yeah, for sure. I think Leaky should be in for a better time this time around. Is mostly saving his parlay for harass onto Driver, so you know he can out-sustain pretty well with the Grasp of the Undying. Driver is going to be on him to try and make the outplay. Remember, he opted into this matchup.
Good barrel.
Okay, nicely done with the barrel chain, and even manages to avoid the brunt of the damage from the shock blast. This is the Leaky we've come to expect here in the PCS.
Yeah, and I mean, there just hasn't been a lot of priority on this Gangplank pick, even though Gangplank has still remained very, very powerful. And I do appreciate the fact that he is now starting to gain some traction, as Driver will be able to eliminate that barrel. So now for the side of J team, if you're looking to be aggressive with this Lee Sin, I think it's still going to be towards this bottom side. We talked about, hey, for the side of J team, they played through their mid jungle and then transitioned a lot of that pressure into trying to hammer bot side. I think that will remain true because of how much CC chaining that they can have with this Xayah Nautilus combination.
We will want to keep our eyes on if Hana can actually match that pressure on the Volibear. You talked about how you can not uncommonly see this champion go for the level 3 flash gank, and it's not so much of a Hana special. You know, as we've kind of hounded on a little bit, he's much more of a utility player. He likes to set his team up for success, but he's a little slower on the draw. So far, keeping pretty well paced with the jungle farm, but he's sitting on his own side of the map, whereas Konge is pushing forward. Under vision, though, however, so Leaky can be pretty safe here, especially as the wave comes crashing into him. Wouldn't really expect the dive to be happening right about now, anyhow.
Yeah, so far it's, you know, pretty slow and steady for minutes. Nothing too flashy coming out where we don't see Hana go for a flash play. I mean, even though a level 3 flash play is something you would want to see coming out from a Volibear, we know Hana, he likes to keep things a little bit slow here. So, am I surprised that nothing happened? No, but did I really want to see something happen? Absolutely.
Whoa.
But we could see something happen now. Level 4, it could be everything for Gromp.
Ask and you shall receive. Will it be the great Gromp fight of 2022? Oh, Konge wins it! Oh, man.
And
he's got
out.
some fast fingers. Yeah, he does. You know, I love this matchup in the jungle. Even though it's a quiet early game, I love this because it's the chillest jungle we have in the league versus the jungle with absolutely no chill.
Yeah.
Konge is very aggro.
Yeah, and he likes to carry as well. We've seen sometimes he'll just grab that Gwen and be able to hard carry a game.
Or the Viego.
Yeah, and the Viego, of course, as well. Both of these teams also have put a decent amount of priority in getting the Viego pick, and surprisingly, so far, because of the lack of jungle bans, we haven't actually seen the Viego pop up.
I think it's probably going to happen in the series at some point, but for J-Team, you know, as long as they can get their hands on Konge's Lee Sin, it's a signature champion. I think we'll probably continue to see that top lane. You'll see Driver taking a little bit more damage than he was able to return fire, but no ultimates just yet. We're starting to see them come online in the mid lane, and I would like to see Nesty going a little earlier around the map. Last time, he kind of was locked in lane on this Ryze for longer than I think we expected. Here comes Hana on the roam. Driver's on 6. Doesn't really matter as much for the Jace. And we're going to get it here. A little slow, but Konge's coming. No, this was a bit of an oopsie as Nesty is forced to flash away here. Q's going to land. Sky Splitter, they do deny it for a second.
He actually takes it.
Konge, oh no, the Lee Syndrome, but he's going to get out scot-free.
All right. Okay. A trade of quite a bit of HP going back and forth. If Uniboy gets left here, he could be put in trouble. But we'll be able to get that wave shoved out. And the side of DCG, they don't stick around to try and reinforce that dive play. So all in all, nice little shutdown coming in from J Team and being able to put out that fire that could have possibly broken out up in that top side.
Yeah, the trend of late first blood seems to be destined to continue here, Nightstar. We're approaching the 7-minute mark, and not for lack of trying this time around. Nobody dies, and we'll see who is going to end up getting that edge. Dead even on the gold game, as we have had pretty even farm. Maybe a slight edge in the mid and bot for J-Team, but that's compensated by Leaky in the top off the back of that dive play. Driver does come back in the lane, has himself the serrated Dirk up against the sheen of Leaky. So there's a little bit of pressure that Gangplank can put out. He's going for the bunny build as well with the Cole early on. Makes a lot of sense. He's going to want to play for scaling. A different composition for J-Team and for Deep Cross, and flipping and inverting the scaling factor this time around.
Yeah, and this time around, DCG don't need to be 100% foot on the gas pedal, right? But yeah, looking for a possible play here in...
Oh, okay, pulls the insect. It was an extended one. A beautiful play, and they had to work for it. But Uniboy still picks up first blood.
Man, Konya and Enzo are like basketball players that have played with each other forever, because it's... We saw the first time it happened, it wasn't...
That was an alley-oop.
It wasn't great, but... They have found the second time, and now this is the third time they've executed on this play, and it's been really perfectly set up here from these two, from the jungle support of J-Team. Konya, this is an angle that you don't really see because of the investment that it takes to get this kill, but he just says, hey, if we're going to have a slow early game, you know, if DCG are going to take their time, I've got 5 minutes to wait for my flash to come back up, so I can just go for this play now. And DCG, they turn their attention on the Rift Herald, but the clap is coming.
Yeah, they're going to actually turn their attention on to Kongye. That's a very low Herald. He is going to pay with his life for attempting to take it. Driver a little cut off from the rest of the team. So, what was I just saying about Kongye having no chill? I think we just saw in 2 plays the good and the bad of that aspect.
Yeah, he would have loved to have flash for that play, but unfortunately, looking to try and steal away the Herald. Didn't have his smite up for himself, so he goes in, and unfortunately didn't have any ways to actually secure that Rift Herald. Now it's going to be trying to protect this top wave of CS for Driver. They're able to successfully do so, and things will slow down once more. But Konya dying in that instance, not the best look, because now DCG able to get that Rift Herald and the kill. This is definitely a possibility to snowball around, and we'll see what they do with this Rift Herald. Regardless of which lane they're headed to, you can certainly guarantee that Nesty will not be far behind from Hana.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much a guarantee with Deep Cross. One of the few things that's for certain. I would expect that top side. I mean, they've already gotten a lot of damage off it. Unless they want to try and max out on plates in the next couple of minutes. Maybe bot side, Hana's here. But with the Gangplank getting the first kill on Deep Cross's side, I think that's definitely a win condition. Trying to snowball him and do what Driver did last time around off the back of a Deep Cross mistake. It looks like instead of pulling the trigger, though, they are going to set up, if not for this Dragon, elsewhere on the map. And unfortunately, they can't catch Kongye. He's just a little too slippery here.
Yeah, and for the side of DCG, of course, you've hit a lot of your power spikes, right? You're level 6 on to the Volibear. You're able to dive towers. This is why this combination is really, really impressive. And that could also be why J-Team, they didn't go for the Jinx, knowing that, hey, there's so much immense dive pressure coming in. Gangplank ultimates, the Volibear ultimate turning off the tower, along with that Rise coming in with the Realm Warp. There's just no escape mechanisms for a Jinx early on in the fight. Therefore, We pivot over towards this. Dia has the Feather Storm to keep yourself safe in some of these fights, and hopefully it pays off. Unfortunately, Lil V in the previous series didn't look great on the Xayah. So far, looking a lot better.
He is, but he's going to have a timing window versus Criscata, right? I mean, that 2v2 hasn't exactly gone massively in favor of the Xayah. A lot of the game has happened elsewhere. But Deep Cross, you know, once again, second game in a row that they're taking objectives on the map that haven't been answered. Herald is going to get popped. Hana does this in full vision, but here comes the push. As I said, they're going to try to max out on some plates here. Let's see if they can get it done. Criscata and Woody shepherding the minions through, but that is going to be the Feather and the Blade Caller. Here's Kongye. They just get the one proc, and there is Enzo with the hook onto Woody. Here's Kongye around the side. And they wait for the moment. They wait for the opening. But the Q goes wide.
Yeah, and ST doesn't have the teleport, so that's why they're still trying to be a little bit more aggressive. But now we're seeing the round work headed towards that top lane. Driver, he needs to get out, and you can see he understands what is about to happen. So he goes in for a quick trade and says, oh, all right, Rice just left that mid lane. I just have to book it out of here. And so really well played coming in from J-Team all across the board. We even saw for that bot lane dive set up, a Uniboy immediately goes for the recall and immediately teleports to that bot tower.
J-Team now still fishing for an opportunity to get a
They're
skirmish. They don't really want this one. That's going to be the big pop-up in the blast cone, sends Woody flying into the pit. But it's going to be Nesty and the rest of Deep Cross that have the opportunity and have the opening. Realmore brings Nesty out to the back side, and Kongye forced to flash away. So Uniboy is the only one who dies in that situation, but Deep Cross definitely found the pincer maneuver in the jungle.
Finally found the pincer, and what a great play coming in from Woody to interrupt the blast cone. Yes, he gets sent over the wall himself, but at the same time, J-Team now under a bit of pressure. Kongye's still around though.
Yeah, he is. This would be a 3v3, but look at how low Enzo is. Criscata goes forward. Kongye kick back, and oh, what a brilliant play, Kongye! This man is absolutely on point as he chases Woody and Hana away. Oh boy, this is why you don't give him Lee Sin.
Oh my god, he just keeps finding these angles. It was that first kick onto the mid lane against Nesty that secured a kill. Now it's in this bottom lane, and now DCG, they just overforce things into this bottom lane 2 games in a row. They're trying to get resources onto this Aphelios, but it just hasn't paid off. J-Team read them like a book. As we get to see the replay, it feels like J-Team, they find a great play, and then they immediately give it back. This red buff was just really overforced there, and because Uniboy gets caught out, that is incredibly punishing for him. I mean, thankfully, he is still going to scale, but it is just a little bit too much in that instance. But they're able to, again, like,
look at this. Watch
they go,
this is
good play, bad play, and now fantastic play.
Yeah, Criscata even flashed to try and get that one. But yeah, he dies at the end of the day, and the blast cone popped by Lil V. A little funky. We actually had panned away from that earlier on, but a little bit of chaos down there for sure. We're about 15 minutes on the clock right now. Deep Cross still have the gold advantage, but let that be a lesson. You can't push too deep when Kongye is about. Will still be first brick secured by Deep Cross, though, in bot.
Yeah, but at the very least, J-Team, you can see the adaptations in draft are to give them a little bit more fighting potential in the early game and also the mid game. And this time around, they're able to at least secure the second Rift Herald. So
look at bot lane.
Yeah. Even though they're able to get the second Herald, what is the cost? Remember, second Herald doesn't get you any plates because the plates are all gone. But on the flip side, Criscata gets 2 solo turret gold to himself.
Oh dear.
So that's I believe that is going to be a 1,050 gold injection straight into himself. So all of a sudden, he's got a third of an item now extra completed. So that's a full BF sword.
Yeah, that's something has gone wrong with your bat movements, I feel, if an Aphelios is free hitting your inner tower at 16 minutes. Alright, so So Deep Cross just understanding a little bit more on the map right now, and they do extend that gold lead to about 3,000 ahead of J-Team. They have a bit more on the late game side. You're starting to see, or you saw these mythics come in, of course, and they're pretty impactful for themselves if they want to try and go for the big plays, go for the big dives. We do have Hana being the big tanky bear. He can set this up. Rift Herald in the mid has to be a big one if they want to try and turn it into something. All 5 members of J-Team are here, and you can see it's about to be the same for Deep Cross. X-Flash Woody doesn't really go where he wanted to, and that play fizzles out.
Yeah, but now we have a 5v5 for this next dragon. Remember, before J-Team, they just couldn't walk into these early dragon fights, but now, 17 minutes into the game, only 1 dragon into the hands of DCG. J-Team, they're going to try and fight it out for the second Drake.
All right, we've had some spicy dragon fights already this series. We'll
Realm
see how
Warp
it goes.
into the back
Realm Warp
line.
is coming in, and they pull away from Lil V as Woody just can't quite get enough, but it doesn't matter. The front line is going to drop as they look to try and take that dragon away. They do. And J-Team running for the hills right now after they lost Driver and Enzo off the back of a Deep Cross.
Oh,
this could be big.
This could be poor pathing here. They could get caught out very easily.
Featherstorm Nesty, though, dodges most of the damage on it. And now Kongye, he greeds, and he will feed as he follows through. Doesn't matter the parlay, and Nesty is able to do even more to him off that overload. So Deep Cross is getting every advantage here, Nightstar.
Deep Cross, all of a sudden, this is very different from game number 1, right? And I think part of that is because of the fact that J-Team are saying, hey, we have a composition that can fight in the early game. So now they're accepting a lot of these team fight flips, and DCG are coming out on top. So DCG, great response from them being able to catch out on to J-Team. We're headed into a pause. I don't know what it is for, but it also means that we've got some time to try and digest what's happened as we head into the replay of this fight. Again, like, this GP has been absolutely killer. As you can see, Driver, he's just taking tick after tick from this ultimate, and then you follow up with the ultimate coming in, the Moonlight Vigil, it's the Infernum, so a lot of splash damage coming out, and they essentially just die to those 2 ultimates there. And then Korea and Lil V, they're taking a very greedy path here, trying to get back into the mid lane, but they don't respect the amount of kill pressure that DCG do have. Korea tries to go a bit for a fancy play there, use the Hana as an escort, but it doesn't work, and now he's down to Flash.
Yeah, it was a very, very bizarre setup for J-Team that they just got out-muscled. I think the sending Woody into the backline on the Realm Warp was actually a really brilliant plan, because even though he ended up getting deleted, it really forced so much attention in that little cluster just above the choke point, and it meant that it was like the freest cannon barrage for Leaky. So really good play planning and really good setup from Deep Cross. I think they even managed to keep Kongye away from the smite, and then you had a real bizarre greed for the Merc Wolves to try and get a little extra XP. I don't think they expected to follow the chase, but they really should have. So everything comes up Deep Cross in that play, and as a result, you know, we not only see the dragon going over, we see the 3 kills, another tower falls in the mid lane. So already a very different game number 2, not just because of the composition shift up and the adaptation to a more scaling comp, but really just Deep Cross playing a lot better together and using their strength, right? The coordinated moves around the map, the I don't want to say dives, I mean, it was in a sense a bit of a dive, but like using the more teleporty kind of tools and sending like just Woody in, a really great adaptation, not bringing the entire crew in, and even though they sacrifice them, they get them locked up, it doesn't really matter because they still clean up. Massive damage from the Aphelios. We are out of the pause, back into this game. Yeah, and he is well on his way to however many centuries, however many hundreds of years, Nightstar, as the Bloodthirster is completed. Yes. This buy made possible by the 2-tower push.
Yep. Very accelerated with his gold income because of that extra gold coming in from the solo towers. And he's out to a very fast 2 items, whereas everyone else is kind of stuck in that 1.5 item gap. Now Leaky, Okay, I thought that if he landed the barrel chain, he would push for a little bit more there in that instance, but doesn't land the barrel chain. And now DCG 5k gold lead. We'll see what they can do with this gold lead, but again, a lot of the difference comes from the fact that J-Team, they threw a little bit more investment into the early mid game. DCG threw a little bit more towards the late game. The scaling is not that large of a gap coming in from these two compositions. So now DCG, with the proactivity, with the macros or more cerebral gameplay, they're able to get a bit more footing because there isn't that large of a gap.
And all DCG have to do is keep J-Team at arm's length, trying to do that right now, looking to knock down that top tier 1 at about half health. Sky Splitter finds Uniboy just on the edge, but the command attack and the shockwave is flashed away by Woody. Trade
Big
there, but it's
cooldown.
on a low enough cooldown. Yeah, I mean, they do stop the push for now, so that is definitely worth it.
Yeah, and we can see Uniboy, he's actually gone for a very interesting build path here. He's trying to go ahead, complete the... Oh, okay, Leaky could just go for this fight.
Yeah, I think he will right now. There's the knockaway and a big old parlay. Oh boy.
Yeah, we might see a little bit more Gangplank priority given how strong this champion is starting to look in this series. I mean, Driver went 5-0 on his time on Gangplank, and now 3-0-2 on
Leaky says hold my beer.
Gangplank.
Going for the tier 3 now. Yeah. Oh, he's going to get that, I think, before Enzo shows up.
Yeah, and it's only Enzo, right? You're not really scared about the support, but
yeah,
with Desire shifting,
okay. Yeah, this means they get the outer top, though. I mean, they can kind of yoink J-Team around the map, and this is something that Deep Cross are good at doing, playing on a couple different lanes, right? This 4-1 is kind of stretchy, but it's working. They have a lot of vision around the Baron pit as well, so like J-Team can't really go for the sneak right now. Not that they're really in a position to do it, but you know, cover your bases. This is good. This is good Deep Cross. This is what we wanted to see from them in Game 1.
Yeah, and now Deep Cross are in a massive 2-item power spike here because you have the collector completed by the Gangplank. There's not a ton of armor built up on the side of J-Team, so any barrel chain landed is just going to really blow J-Team to shreds here. And then you're very close to getting that completed Zanya's Hourglass onto Hana, so he can dive really far in, do a lot of damage because Sky Splitter, along with the Stormbringer having those AP ratios. And then, of course, you have the Thimble Winter already completed by the Rise. So it's just such a large 2-item power spike. But J-Team, they still want to try and contest this. I don't think it's really in their means to try and do so, unless if Lil V is able to get that upgraded Muramana right here.
Yeah, Hana's going to be looking to go for some dives. Got the Seeker's Arm Guard building into Zanya's on the Volley Bear, too. Always a fun one to see something like that. Kind of reminds me of the Nocturne build we've been seeing a little bit more. Here's Woody trying to flank. This would be Dragon number 3 for Deep Cross. Woody does get caught on the long-range hook from Enzo. How much can he tank up? Because J-Team are just looking. Oh, as he tries to go in on that. But it's not going to be enough. J-Team kind of claim the spoils that is the Dragon here with the 5v4 advantage.
Yeah, as Clement would say, a bit of a head-scratcher angle, but Leaky.
One barrel chain is all he needed. The flash forward, the follow-through, and a big old Moonlight Vigil into the bear drop, and it was all hashtag calculated, it seems. Enzo running for the hills, and Hana does not care about your tower. A triple kill for Kriskata, and we are on to the Baron.
Yeah, that's going to be such a free Baron take coming in from DCG. And once again, it's really tit for tat coming in. J-Team, they find a great pick onto Woody. You could say, hey, Woody going out on a limb when it came to trying to find the flank. But now it's Kongria, all up to Kongria to try and make this steal happen. I don't think it's going to happen. There's plenty of vision to find him approaching this objective, and Woody also there to just punt him away with the headbutt. So we head into the replay of that first play. Oh, actually, it's going to be the second play. It's really just Leaky holding out into the bush. And again, the Gangplank ultimate, controlling so much space, they have to fall back. Now, with how much damage has been dealt at the start, you can flash forward instead. And there's no threat onto this Aphelios anymore, because remember, in that first game, the Gangplank ultimate prevented him from moving forward. That's not the case this time. He's got the Gangplank on his side.
Yeah, that was absolutely dirty, even in a 4v5. And I see what you did there, by the way, Nightstar. Woody going out on a limb. I appreciate it. Wanted to shout that one out. But Baron in the hands of Deep Cross Gaming, all 5 members. And now Cryscata off that triple kill buys himself an eye edge. He's got just about a half item advantage, maybe even more, because he's still got the dagger as well. Hasn't even upgraded his boots. But Cryscata, he's having an absolute pop-off game on this Aphelios. It's been set right up for him. Will he get baited, though, into Kongye's waiting hands?
That's the question. But even if he does get baited, there's really no one to follow up at this point. And interestingly enough, we have... Okay, all right. This has to be a look.
Oh, okay, that's the cue, the flash, the kick into the Xayah, and Featherstorm! They're gonna get the shutdown. That was a beautiful setup, but they shall pay for it.
Yeah, they're pushing all 3 lanes.
Being tanked.
Yeah, they were looking to push all 3 lanes, so even though you get that pick onto Cryscata, onto a flashless AD carry, which is fantastic, great pick coming out from the side of J-Team, it's just not enough. You have Baron minions coming in. Holy moly!
Driver is, yeah, man, those parlays hurt.
That was a crit.
Yeah, holy crit. That's Collector Triforce right there on Gangplank.
Yep,
Holy moly.
that is 20% crit chance, and by golly, he did not roll a... Is it a nat 20? Is that the disaster one?
No, that's the good one. I mean, I guess it's bad if you're Driver, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, that was the 20. So Infinity Edge is going to increase those chances even more. I mean, Leaky looking very good on this GP right now. Driver, he's had some good plays, but it's just not nearly enough. I mean, this Jace hasn't really had too much of an impact in this game. It's been a little unfortunate to see. The top lane's kind of shifted pretty heavily on the GP pick.
Yeah, and we have more of a gold-heavy investment coming in from this Alistar. He's gone for the Turbo Chem tank, but as a result, he's a lot more tanky than your typical support. That's why he's able to eat a couple of these shock blasts. So not only is Driver behind, but that front line's a lot burlier.
Yeah, they're going to try to keep it going here. Woody, he tags in and out, and Kongye looking for the play. Does manage to find one.
Clean.
Nesty could be caught. Moonlight Vigil going to be dodged away, and they do drop the Gangplank ulti, but it will not stop J-Team from picking up more shutdown gold. They're still fighting this team yet.
Yeah, and J-Team able to punish the over-aggressiveness coming in from Woody, from Nesty. Remember, when it comes to the 3 champions of Hana, Nesty, Woody, they're going to be charging forward. Again, they're still very dive focused when it comes to their composition in J-Team. If it's not in these 5v5 situations, can still take full advantage of the overextension. Woody just goes way too deep. And we've seen him now, this is the second time where he's been caught out at the start, making a very curious play. You know, when it comes to these primary engages, just play off the Realm Warp. There's no need to overextend yourself like that, Woody.
Bit of an oopsie from Woody once again. This opens up the opportunity for J-Team to fight it out for another Infernal Dragon. Would give them even more oomph in their team fight. So Deep Cross want to keep their Drake stack going. Getting a little zoned here. You got to respect the Uniboy ultimate. There is no GP. It's not up yet. So without the possibility to get that global down, I think they have to cede pressure here.
Yes.
Hana would love to smite it, but it's taken by J-Team and Kongye. So 2 Infernals now matched for the Cloud and Hextech.
Yeah, and the double Inferno is going to help them out considerably, right? Because they are lacking a little bit damage at the moment. Kongye, though, could still get caught out. Okay, we'll be able to dodge out on the barrel chain. And, like, for DCG, it's still going to be a bit of a chess match, right? The scaling, while evened out, a lot more so in game 1 than game 1, J-Team still have the range advantage given the fact that they have the Jace, they have Orianna, they have the Xayah. So it's still, in some of these situations, hard to approach the fight if J-Team are able to get there first.
And you know, J-Team, not only have they been able to find some of these turns off mistakes from Deep Cross, but they've started to even out a little bit more on the items. I mean, Lil V now has the Serpent's Fang, so he was almost a whole item behind, but he just got 2 shutdowns in a row. That's a lot of gold bounty.
Yeah, and he's gone for the Serpent's Fang, actually, to reduce some of the shielding. I guess it would reduce the shielding coming in from Bloodthirster and also from the Thimblewinter. You get a little bit of shielding coming in from the Volibear kit as well. But for the most part, it's probably one of the cheaper lethality completions you can get at this point. And now we're coming into the Baron. DCG still hold a massive gold lead, even though it doesn't feel like that they're 8,000 gold up.
Yeah, it's kind of weird considering how the couple of fights have. Lil V, he's going to have to Featherstorm that. Another barrel chain, and he always flashes looking for the outplay. Leaky's so low. He gets away, though. What a close call. Lil V will always remember this as the day that he almost caught Leaky.
Just barely misses out. Honestly, if that was instead of the Serpent's Fang, if that was the Sorelda's Grudge, pretty sure that would have been the kill. Unfortunately, able to walk away because the slow isn't there from the Soreldas, and now DCG turning their attention over towards this Baron buff.
In full vision, though.
J-Team aren't that far away.
It's already down to half health. They do have a lot of damage on, but Kongye has the opportunity for the steal. This will be the 50-50 if they commit to it. Hana keeps this one aggroed. They do want to go, but they don't have a way to stop Kongye. Woody does get caught in for a while, and now they move around the side. The reset comes in. Kongye is actually going to take that Q to keep it aggro, but the wraparound comes through, and we're going to have to play some yakety sax here, Nightstar. That was a weird turn of events.
Yeah, but still full HP onto Enzo, so they can look to start making their way back towards the Baron pit, and it will be DCG to call off the play because J-Team, the one person that did take a lot of damage was Driver, who still has the teleport available to him, so he can go ahead, recall, and if DCG went back towards the Baron, he'd be able to get back to the play. So it will be DCG falling off of it, and now, Leaky, while he is very strong, because he's gone for the stopwatch for that one fight potential, he doesn't have 60% crit to actually proc the IE passive. So while this is still a great spike because you get crit, you get a lot of AD, he isn't able to get that extra oomph from the Infinity Edge because he's still sat on his Corrupting Potion and the stopwatch.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tough right now if they want to try and take this fight again. J-Team, you know, they have the tools to work with, right? And with Leaky's teleport expended on that play, as you were saying, he had it before, but he's kind of pulled that trigger now. And it does buy J-Team a bit of time. You talked about how this didn't feel like a 7,000 gold lead. And it still doesn't, because it kind of comes down to these coin flips. Deep Cross, they seem to be kind of, I don't want to say panicking, but making a few questionable decisions. They're not covering the back of this pit once again.
There's not a lot of damage here, so even though they don't take a lot of damage coming in from the 2 tank members on DCG, they aren't able to really burst it down because Cascada isn't there. But now they really just pull J-Team away from the dragon. Really, that's what that play is going to do, and that's allowed them to actually get first access to this bottom half of the map. But remember, it's not Soul, so J-Team, they could try and force just an objective trade here.
And that would be huge for J-Team. They actually clear away the vision.
They're actually
this is going to force Deep Cross. Oh, they are going to, but they're going to leave Leaky on the dragon. They're going to try to have their cake and eat it too. This isn't gone just yet. J-Team, I think their bluff got called as the dragon gets secured. That is going to be Soul Point now for Deep Cross. 9,000, 8.5.
Still has it leashed.
All right. Not the safest in, but they do have a chance to take the play. Cascada moving around the back of the pit.
Woody's coming in a long con.
Oh boy, who's going to get this one? As they look to try and set the play up, Woody with the long wrap around on the cow. They see almost everybody.
Oh,
but
now
their
they're
eyes
investing.
are blind to the cow right now as
here
the
we go.
big Gangplank Ultimate comes in. Headbutt Pulve, and do they have the damage to get the kills? Ponye zoned away as the rest
They're
of
on
the
the
team
opposite side of the
collapse onto Enzo. That's going to
can't
be
go.
the follow through. Friscata, he is just staying alive as the team tags their way in. Uniboy nowhere to go, and Lil V, it doesn't matter. Oh wait, it almost did. As he tried to get the big Feather Storm on, gets a few kills for his team.
That's just
A
game.
deep cross with the ace. They're gonna end
That's
this
it?
one night star.
Oh my god, Lil V manages to forget to press his R key, doesn't get the Feather Storm off, and as a result, just gets pummeled, doesn't do a lot of damage, forced to flash away from the situation, and DCG close out game number 2 after... I don't know, this is probably the longest game it's taken to close out with a 10k gold lead.
Yeah, that game had no right being as close as it was, but man, Deep Cross, they called the bluff on the Dragon and the Baron bait. They take the fight. That Gangplank Ultimate proves to be so pivotal again, and you're right, without the Zaya getting into the Featherstorm early enough, it just meant that J-Team couldn't fight it out. So the series evens up at 1-1 in a very bizarre manner.
What a wild game. Still, J-Team look a lot better than what they showcased in that Beyond Gaming series. So I have a lot more hopes for them, but I feel like the draft adaptations that they made in game number 2 really fell short. Because if you look at some of these fights, if that was an Ornn, if that was a Scion, if that was a Malphite, then even though the Gangplank Ultimate drops onto your backline, you have the space opener offered by those ultimates to then split the fight and allow you to reset. However, because we did see the Jace, they just couldn't get out of some of these fights coming in from an Alistar, from the Realm Warp, from the GP Ultimate. It was just a little bit too suffocating for J-Team to deal with.
Yeah, the wraparound from Woody there at the end really kind of sealed the deal. And, once they were able to layer the CC on, layer the damage on, the slow from the Gangplank Ultimate coming up, pretty pivotal as well. I think you called it at the beginning of the series here, that it's going to be such a huge priority going forward. We will get to see J-Team with the side selection this time around. I wouldn't be surprised if they go on to blue. Obviously, their draft in game number 1, they were able to at least get close to mimicking in the early rotation. It worked out really well for them in some situations, but I still can't get over how close of a game that was with, as you said, a 10,000 gold lead. Like, it's insane how well they were actually able to hold off Deep Cross in a number of those situations, and I do think that reflects very well for J-Team going into game 3.
Yeah, and it just shows how good these J-Team drafts are still with the core of Orianna and the Zaya. Like, there's just so much space control. If you ever force the issue, you're running into those AoE area control effects, and you just instantly get blasted. So I love the approach from J-Team, but we need to see a couple of changes, of course. This time around, the Lee Sin, while it got going early and showed a lot of flashy plays, towards the late game really fell off, couldn't get into these fights, and unfortunately wasn't also able to apply peel to keep his backline alive.
Yeah, I think they found ways back into the game through like overextensions from Deep Cross, right? Like they were able to get a couple of plays off, Nesty going a little too far forward, Woody being caught out in no man's land. Those seem to be the moments that J-Team knew how to capitalize on, but in a straight up 5v5, they didn't quite have the same level of oomph. And I wonder if they don't retool things a little bit here. I don't think the Zaya was as much of an issue. Obviously it doesn't scale as well. It didn't really dominate the lane, and it was safer, to be fair, and Lil V definitely wanted a little more safety, but I think they needed to have more damage because the Jace wasn't really putting out enough, and the Orianna, I think we kind of finally got our answer as to why they focus so heavily on Uniboy bans, because he's still great on Orianna. He's not going to like play like horribly or anything, but he's not as big of a threat, right? Like everybody knows how to play around Orianna, generally speaking, and even though Uniboy is incredible on that champion, it's not quite like a mission level Orianna, I want to say. I think you don't have to respect it in the same way. I'd be more worried to see like, the Zoe or the Ahri obviously should probably continue to still be banned against him. So Deep Cross have found some pick ban strats. I don't know how it's going to adapt if they end up switching sides, but for J Team, even with the loss, I think they can still be proud. They managed to keep it close with that kind of gold graph.
Yeah, and you can also see the damage charts. A very stark difference in damage output coming in from DCG versus J Team. Even though DCG were the ones with the win, that damage chart suggests otherwise, right? Because all three J Team members, or at least the skill positions, really pumping out damage. Whereas over on the side of DCG, again, we talked about this team pretty much being a top-centric squad, and it's really exemplified by Leaky's damage numbers in this game. The only one that could do damage, because Aphelios, again, he had a pop-off moment getting the triple kill, but outranged by the composition on the other side.
Yeah, they kept him at bay, but they couldn't do the same to Leaky's Gangplank. And I do think that if you are on blue side, you're going to want to try and grab this early. I wonder if the priority doesn't shift up on that top to try and get the Gangplank. Maybe if it gets revealed too early, it's too easy to try and build something to deal with it. But it may be worth a second rotation ban, I think, if you're Deep Cross or J Team, given that both of these top laners have just looked godly on it.
Yeah, and I think both teams are pretty happy with the side selection so far. So I wouldn't be surprised if J Team decide to stay over on the red side. But if you decide to allow the Gangplank getting through in the second phase and you're not going to pick it on your fourth pick, you really have to look to just play for the team fight, the 5v5, because we've seen DCG and J Team just opt consistently for these big 5v5 fights. Get yourself an Ornn, get yourself that Malphite to have that extra edge.
All right, what was the final score there in the last game for Driver? It was like 5-0-5, 5-0-4. I think Leaky beats it by just that much, Nightstar. And look at the team's damage percentage. He did 38.7%.
Oh my lord.
That's insane.
That's 80 carry numbers right there.
That is 80. I mean, he's a Gangplank. He does a lot, but still, I mean, no wonder he's getting the MVP. He was just layering on that damage from downtown, from every which way. Incredible. Didn't die this game. Stayed a constant threat on every lane he was in. Side lanes, mid lane, whatever, what have you. Even when he wasn't doing much, it was mostly because the rest of his team made a mistake. That's the Leaky we expected to see. I think this Gangplank will be very hotly contested in the games to come.
Yeah, and we were talking about, hey, if you're running a tank mid laner with either the Galio or in the first two games this Rise pick, you need either a source of magic damage, otherwise the rest of the team's just going to hard stack armor. But we can see here, Gangplank, because he has built-in armor shred with his barrel chain, doesn't matter if you're stacking armor, you can just punch through most of it anyways.
Yeah, it was pretty disgusting. So Leaky comes back into that one. We'll see what happens in our next game on the other side of this quick break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws.
And welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs. We are tied at 1-1 in the series here in the J-Team Universe Clash, DCG and J-Team. But we will be seeing a swippy swap on the side selection, as J-Team have elected to go blue side for game number 3 following their loss. Now, before we get into the pregame Night Star, I do want to take another moment to thank our wonderful sponsors. You can see them right down there. There, of course, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, let's get into it. We were talking about what we want to see shifted up in the draft here and what power picks might come out, because J-Team certainly have a strategy if they want to take it.
Yeah, I think for the side of J-Team who have swapped over to the blue side, most likely we'll get to see them drop the Ahri and the Zeri ban. Oh, at least one or the other here. And then if the side of DCG still want to focus bans onto Uniboy, you're going to have to ban away the Syndra, the LeBlanc, which were the staple bans in the first 2 games, and then you also have to add the Ahri on there. So we'll see what the changes are. J-Team, they have, of course, maintained the Galio ban, which I think is necessary, and then they've also dropped now the Ahri and the Zeri, who are being banned out by DCG, and that's opened a lot more possibilities. So we'll see if it ends up being a Syndra or the LeBlanc taken away here last.
Yeah, Deep Cross have a hard decision to make. We'll give Uniboy one of his preferred champions. He's been banned pretty heavily. Yeah, Nautilus blue ban. I honestly, I don't know how to feel about that one. I mean, yeah, but also,
yeah, if you're banning away first phase Nautilus, it really shows that Lil V just hasn't been able to dodge these hooks.
Yeah, so LeBlanc could be an option here on the next rotation, possibly. J-Team still putting a lot of high priority, just like Deep Cross have on the Aphelios. This time it falls into Lil V's hands. It's going to be hand shook with the Jinx, since that Xayah is banned away. And I am excited to see Cascada on this champion, because it's a pop-off champ. He's a pop-off player.
Yeah, and I think against an Aphelios, you can early pick the Renata here, because for the most part, one of the main damage dealers is going to be low range in that Aphelios, and if you land the hostile takeover, it just does so much work against his own team, depending on the weaponry. And okay, it will be DCG still going back towards that volley bear, which I do love because of how much pressure in the mid they were able to apply with that pick. And J-Team, they go ahead, snag away the Renata themselves, which I feel like is more of a denial pick rather than a compositional pick, because when you early pick it into enchanters, it loses. Into engaged champions, it has a slightly better time, but if they outrange you with the rest of the composition, this pick is also pretty useless.
So opting for the Renata pick into the Jinx, but then it's matched by the Karma from Woody, and now it's all mid lane bans because they didn't pick for Uniboy. I did want to talk a little bit about that Viego for Kongye. It does seem like they're putting it a little bit more on him to try and get resets to try and carry. There is the threat on the Jinx, but I mean, now with another Enchanter bot, they can try and deny a little bit here. I am curious how this one goes, Nightstar. How does this shift the calculus in the bottom lane?
Yeah, I think the mid lane pool getting heavily crunched here. We'll see where Nesty decides to go. I think this is very clear angle to try and get yourself a TF or try and deny the Orianna pick for J-Team. So TF will get banned away, and for DCG, we'll see what they do with this particular pick, because when it comes to roaming mid lane champions, the top 3 have been taken away. So maybe they opt for something like a Predator user in that mid side. That might be their solution to try and still stay active through that mid lane.
It's going to be the Vigar pickup for Nesty. You talked about Predator. That's one of the things he likes to run on it. So he does this blind into Uniboy, but Nesty pretty confident on this champion. We saw him play it a lot earlier in the season as well. Had some mixed success, but one thing we have to remember is that Uniboy is synonymous with a particular champion, and it is going to be that Zoe. I would be surprised if he picks up anything else here, to be honest. They are taking their time about it, but I'm going to be surprised because they opted to do a safer matchup. Okay, all right, I'll eat my words.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been so much about the team fight, right? And Oriana just does a little bit better with these team fights. If it was against a more indecisive team that's not DCG, I would definitely say the Zoe can be a better option because then you're able to take some of these slower fights. But you want the insta-pop of the Shockwave more so than you want to be able to just try and force slow bubble takes with the Zoe. And then J-Team, they finalize their draft with this Renekton pick. So for the side of DCG, I still don't oppose something like the Gangplank, who while can lose early, you outscale very rapidly against a Renekton, but they opt for another scaling top laner in the Ornn. So DCG, all of a sudden, they've got the much better scaling draft here with the Ornn, Veigar, and Jinx.
Yeah, it's going to be all late game for them, and they can also use Hana to try and set up engages for themselves. For J-Team, the Renata pickaway starting to look a little bit iffy, I feel, here. It seems like they're going to be reliant on trying to get some resets. I mean, Konge does have that Viego. It's a bit of a feast or famine champion these days. It can be risky. I feel like maybe the play is to try and utilize the Renekton's early game pressure, maybe try to go elsewhere on the map, but you can't really do it like you could back in the pre-teleport change days. So I'm not sure what they're going to be doing with this one.
Yeah, Renekton really hurt by a lot of the TP changes, also a lot of nerfs to that champion. So at this point in the meta, if you aren't able to set up aggressive dive plays with the Renekton, he really just doesn't have a ton of value. And then I feel like the scaling gap has really shifted in these past 3 games, right? In game number 1, J-Team took the ultra scaling comp against DCG's much more heavy 1-2 item power spike composition. And now we've pretty much full shifted our power spikes.
Well, Deep Cross are going to be looking for the late game. Will J-Team be able to disrupt them with this mix and match of a composition? In game 3 here, no one's getting knocked out just yet. We will be going to match point after this, one way or the other. We'll see as we load up onto the Rift for the 3rd time tonight. It does seem like the League of 3 Zeros has run its course, Nightstar. I may yet regret saying that, but we'll see.
Well, when we only have 2 series left, it is looking
Never underestimate the power of the caster curse, though. Come on.
That is true. But, I mean, like, right now, DCG are in such a fantastic position with this draft. Hey, I love the respect coming out from Leaky and Driver. If I'm Driver, I 100% just go ahead, auto him, because you need to get ahead on this Renekton. I don't care. I'm getting my lead now.
Yeah, you got to have that drive, that killer instinct to make those plays
no
early.
Respect.
But DCG are not going to give them an easy in anywhere. In fact, they might even be going for a late invade. This is spotted on a ward, though. Just a hopeful sniff for the play. It's not going to result in anything, and it's actually going to mean that J-Team's bot lane are going to get to cut off Woody and Kriskata. This is an interesting start. Woody forced down to half HP at level 1. Oh boy.
It does get evened out just a little bit, but remember, Lil V, of course, has Severum. And Kriskata on this Jinx pick, the Jinx has been hit enough that, yes, she can still get the push level 1, but the mana sacrifice for that is going to be something that you have to consider. A lot more mana hungry now, as we'll just have a fight for level 2, but at the same time, these junglers starting top side for the both of them. We're gonna end down in this bottom lane against, of course, a very volatile matchup because it's double range.
Yeah, keep in mind, though, that Konge is going to be the one that ends up being spotted when he does go down to try and get his clear off on the Raptor camp. Because of that late invade, they did manage to get a ward down early on. So information advantage to Deep Cross in this one. You don't really expect a Viego to gank level 3, level 4 as often, but you might expect it from calling it. Ooh, great handshake, Woody. Chunked again.
Nice little chunk onto Woody, but unless a Viego comes down here to actually put pressure onto this Karma pick, you're pretty comfortable. And now you also have Hana in that area, so he will be around, support this dual lane if push comes to shove.
Both junglers nearby, but Konge not as much in a position to make it happen. Actually just goes ahead and clears out the Krug camp. Heads right back up towards
Could be an
the
early
top
dive.
side. Yeah, I think we might be in for it. I mean, Driver does
This is
get the
very
push on,
interesting.
and here's the rotation from Uniboy. It's going to be spotted, though, as he walks right into
Can
the
they
ward.
dive?
Leaky has full information. I think they can.
really want it.
The teleport. There's the
coming
stun,
in.
the slice, the dice, the knockup, and oh no! Denied into the baby cage, and Driver is first blooded.
Well, I asked the question, can they dive the orb? They tried
answer is
to,
no.
but the answer is definitely no. The teleport comes
Nesty
through
getting
just in
first
time.
blood.
There's just not enough damage. Again, Renekton has been nerfed so many times. He just doesn't have that early game damage that he used to. And you also pull
so
in an
telegraphed, too.
Orianna, who has to auto attack for the majority of her damage, but because she's tethering the turret aggro, she has to sit outside of damage range. So Leaky hugging all the way up to the top side of that wall means that there's just not enough damage coming out from J-Team to finish off that kill.
Yeah, that's a bit of a heartbreaker when you're trying to snowball on the lane. I mean, they went for the dive play, but they went for it in a manner that is so easily sniffed out. The teleport play from Nesty, getting him first blood off to a great start for him. Enzo does tank the long-range zap there. As Kriskata and Woody even a level down. There we go. Now they equalize. They're able to keep this lane pretty even. They've got the biscuits as well. Not matched by Lil V and Enzo.
They might have
apparently,
chunked
so
through all of them.
Sustain's a bit better. Yeah, oh, okay.
It's very possible that
We
they
could
just
be
chunked through.
2v2.
Yeah, and
Uh-oh,
now
Driver.
back to top side. But Hana is there this time around. With that first dive going poorly, now this Ornn has double armor built up. It's so hard to dive this champion now because the passive as well, giving him additional armor or percentage resistances, it just means that like double cloth armor is pretty much a death sentence up in that top side, especially with the double AD top jungle combination.
I feel like you really have to shift your strategy here. If you don't just straight up die, Driver's going to get knocked up by the Ornn. The flash forward. Leaky getting very aggressive. Perhaps a bit too much there on the Bellows Breath, but he is going to zone Driver out of lane, and the Renekton getting bullied by the Ornn is not a great start to your top side. I feel like Driver's going to have to do something a little bit different this game.
Yeah, I'd love to see strong side Ornn here, but without a flash, he is, a bit of ways. It's got a bit of a distance to walk, but does have Hana there backing, so he is able to make that aggressive play. And look, if this was Unsealed Spellbook, he'd have the Ignite, that definitely would have been a 1v1 kill. That's all I'm saying, but takes the grasp, and it's still fine, but he definitely should have flashed that.
Yeah, Leaky got a little bit too aggressive himself. I think he was trying to style on Driver, very optimistic. All the same, he does go back and, manages to pick himself up another component. So, he's not in bad shape right now,
Yes,
but...
absolutely.
if you
far
make a mistake and it doesn't get punished, it's not really a mistake. We have a little bit of time to see if that's the case.
Yes.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, decent CS advantage for Uniboy, but the kill's more than making up for that on Nesty right now. He should be pretty happy. He's on a Vigar. He just wants to scale up.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw when he made that teleport play up on the top side, he actually sacrificed quite a bit in the mid lane. So now he's able to recoup a little bit of that. Now Hana hovering towards that bottom half of the map. There's plenty of vision, though, if he does want to play aggressively, but it will be spotted that Dragon is being taken. So DCG maintain their really oppressive early dragon control, and part of that just comes from the fact that, I mean, you pick this Aphelios Renata combination, and you're getting bullied out. Like, this early pick of Aphelios not paying off so far in the last 2 games, I would say.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that you were mentioning there is that dragon control that Deep Cross have had, which is a surprise because in the regular season, they didn't have nearly as good a control as Hana does get caught out trying to snipe away the red. This could be an opportunity for Konge. No, he doesn't actually close that gap. Hana will be able to walk away. That was a bit wonky, but yeah, Deep Cross, they haven't had this good a Drake control in the regular season. This is definitely something new. In fact, J-Team were a much better dragon control team with like 71.5%. It's just kind of flipped here. Driver is going to try for this Herald, and he's going to have Konge there, so they will be able to get that as well. At the very least, they're now trading across the map, whereas before it was kind of all Deep Cross early game.
Yeah, and I mean, they will be able to secure this first Herald because of the power spike of having level 6 Renekton, having the ultimate available onto Konryo.
Whoa! Uniboy! He's burning!
Out. Okay, ticking. Ooh,
wow.
Okay, enough.
Oh! 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 Uniboy, you're playing with our hearts, man. Last second flash.
Not even close. Not even close.
Oh, boy. Oh, man. Okay. So Deep Cross, we're really hoping for that other one. I mean, whenever there's a Jinx on the map, you got to expect that's going to be tried at least once or twice. Criscata, one of the flashy players. He will be able to get a turret plate here, though. This is nice on the advantage of the back timing, and I think Lil V is in danger of being dove. Nesty on the signature roam play. He waits. And he's not going to get it.
Yeah, but they do get 2 turret plates, so that itself is a bit of a win there. And now might be looking to try and pick off Konrad. Do we see Nesty flash over the wall here?
Ooh, sneaky, sneaky. Baby cage down. Oh, and he can't quite clear it in time. Oh. That is going to... Oh, Heartbreaker denial.
Burns a lot of resources.
Still, pretty heavy investment, as you mentioned. That's going to be the pull-in for Nesty on the handshake. He's forced to flash away. All right, Deep Cross feeling themselves, but it's not that easy to get the gank onto Konge.
Yeah, of course, extremely slippery on that Viego, and there's just not enough burst damage quite yet on the side of DCG to make the CC chain enough to be able to finish off the Viego, but it is good signs to come, and it still burns a lot of resources coming in from Kongra, and that means his playmaking potential greatly neutered for this next objective fight.
Ooh, Woody's forced to flash as well. Now Enzo's Renata is starting to get online. The handshakes last couple of minutes have definitely been a lot more on point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Still pretty good champion, but unfortunately, again, like range escalation coming in from DCG, they outranged this champion, and the poke when it comes to the actual lane phase, as long as you're playing within vision of the Renata, it's so hard to land these handshakes. It's really all about the out of vision plays with this champion if you're trying to find value at this moment. And now Hana making his way over again. Still very hard to dive this duo because it is Aphelios with Chakrams, and it also is the hostile takeover that you have to deal with. But 90 seconds until Dragon, that's the real focus. That's why Hana is hovering this bottom lane.
And Konge has been the one less active than his opposite number in this game so far. Does have the level advantage. Power Farm has been on, but he's trying to make that change. Runs straight up into the control ward, but he's going to drop the Herald. Now they're going to try to make the play here. And they're even bringing Uniboy as well. Meanwhile, 1v1, yeah, I think Leaky is going to get the outplay on this one. Bella's Breath, the flash followed through. Driver. Meanwhile, that attempt dive bottom just kind of gets met with an equal and opposite reaction. 4v4 versus the 1v1.
Yeah, but so far, like, the trade is pretty worthwhile up and on the top side when you trade ultimates. There, Leaky coming out much better in that exchange. Look, he's level 10.
So
he has a level advantage against the Renekton, and he's full health. Like, this Renekton is just not that good. When we saw it in the CFO series, yes, the pick itself wasn't good, but what did it provide? It provided point-and-click CC on highly mobile targets. Yes, you still have point-and-click CC, but it's so hard to get access to those targets because you have to navigate through the Ornn ultimate and also the Event Horizon coming in from the Veigar.
Yeah, it just seems like when the Renekton doesn't get to do things early, it doesn't, he's not going to like pop off and carry the game, but he just falls so far behind, and we're seeing that time and time again. Sure, Leaky burned that flash to try and style on him, but he didn't end up getting punished for it. It didn't matter. The tone for this game in the top kind of got set from that Uniboy roam trying to do his best Nesty impression, and it was so telegraphed. They just answered it easily.
Yeah, and now, Pyro, look at the farm differential topside. This is a tank versus a quote-unquote carry. It looks like the tank is this Renekton and the carry is this Ornn right now because it's a full 20 CS lead.
Ornn is a deceptive tank, right? Because he's got enough damaging tools to just clap you. And look at that, we're watching it right now. Another dash in,
just half health
away. Yeah. What is a Crocodile to a Forge God? I mean, come on.
Exactly.
This is going to open up J-Team to at least get the Dragon. So they do cut the Drake stack of Deep Cross. That's important.
Yes, that is helpful there, and the extra move speed is going to help a little bit here as well. And just
Hexscape
trying to maintain range, and now we're going to get Hex attack. So I suppose now you get a little bit more value coming in from your Renekton because the Hexscapes could give you an angle to actually flank from. That'll be important to keep track of when we go to our next couple of objective fights. But as it stands, DCG sitting very, very comfortable. Slight gold advantage. I mean, it doesn't really count for a gold advantage, but remember,
it's pretty even.
They heavily outscale range-wise with this composition. So, even is ahead.
Yep, it's fuzzy math, but it checks out for sure. We're approaching that 15-minute mark. It has been another one of those relatively slow games. A few more plays being made. Here we go, Spectral Maw. Kongye does not find Hana. Slight level advantage for him on that one. Doesn't really matter. But meanwhile, we got to check back in up top. Driver, it does seem like this game, this series, has been a matter of which top laner gets to have fun playing League of Legends and which gets clowned on.
Yeah, and Driver, back-to-back games, has absolutely been made fun of here. And now he's just stuck on wave clear duty. Has the Gore Drinker completed, but remember, Gore Drinker also nerfed. So everything going for Renekton has been nerfed. And honestly, I would have probably looked for the Stride Breaker here, to be fair, to just have a little bit more sticking potential if he's able to get onto the back line. But as it stands, really, really hard to get back onto those carries because you have to deal with the move speed in addition to the zone control, because the move speed coming in from Karma, really, really annoying to deal with as well.
It does seem like the role Driver's going to play is to just be a big stat stick right now, right? He's just going to try and outlast, sustain in these fights. J-Team are going to be the ones starting off on this Rift Herald, but here's the counter collapse from Deep Cross Gaming. Call the Forge God going to go through. Shockwave does land on 3, so they actually slow the turn, but Hana finds Uniboy into the rocket. They don't have enough damage to actually go here, as Hana actually gets stuck, rooted, pulled back on the handshake, and Kongye is going to open up with the first casualty right now. Leaky going to be caught out again. This is the turn. They managed to get 2. Driver getting some revenge now. As the baby cage is denied, Kongye turns around and gets the Ornn himself, but no, he feeds it right back, and that's going to be the turnabout for Deep Cross.
Yeah, should have practiced some Ornn up in that top side. That was definitely a jungler playing Ornn in that instance. Just tries to go for a double dash, but unfortunately...
It's the same Mario Kart, man.
Yeah. It absolutely is not Mario Karts. But we get to see, these two compositions really interact upon their strong points. Here, for the side of J-Team, you control these choke points really well with that Orianna, but on the flip side, DCG coming in with this Ornn, he's just so immovable right now. Yes, he gets taken down at the end, but He is just so strong. He lasts for such a long time and allows for them to get that first exchange kill. And
yeah,
that's a
Kanye,
jungler playing Ornn.
Yeah, you know, I feel like when you lose your AD carry and the enemy team doesn't, that's probably a good indicator that you should not fight again. But, like I said, Kongye has no chill. So he gets killed, but he does trade it right back. We do see the Herald eventually going down there in the extended play. So Deep Cross still have a little bit of an edge, but this Herald could still be worth something. Plates are long gone, but if you can get a tower down with it, if you can make a big push happen, that can turn in your favor. It's going to probably be a late game by all accounts. The Drake stack is even at 1-1 right now. It's been a little slow. We've got the Hextech Rift. I think we could be in for some real crazy objective fights when those Hex Gates allow the flanks.
Yeah, once those flanking will start coming in, that'll be something to keep track of. Because it's also pretty beneficial for Hana, right? He is the one big flanking champion on that Volibear. Although, even though he doesn't have the stopwatch available to him, still holds a decent amount of backline threat just to be able to create space. So we'll see how things turn out, but DCG 1,000 gold lead, already bringing the teleport. We'll see where they go with it, trying to collapse on the driver.
He's out. He's out.
Yeah.
That's it was a bit of a chase. It was a bit hopeful. I thought maybe they were trying to rush the dragon, but they get a little pulled around the map, so the Herald does charge down mid, gets a solid charge off, but nothing more. Does seem like both these teams really trying to posture for that dragon position. Uniboy keeping Leaky Zone. Ooh, here's the call to Forge God. That is an aggressive play. Do they have the damage? Deleting Uniboy is not quite possible yet. Nesty needs a few more stacks on that Q. That rocket doesn't go anywhere, and the cage does land onto Enso, but there's no follow-through. Deep Cross burn a lot and don't get the kill.
Right, they burn a lot, but at the same time, it's just going to be an exchange of objectives. DCG, they're running straight mid with J-Team a little bit on the back foot. They turn their attention towards this dragon, but now, look at the terrain control. They just can't navigate around these, okay, CC tools.
Yeah, I mean, it's not enough to stop them, right? Because they can just peel back. Although that might be big Moonlight Vigil, but they're not in position. The control of the choke is massive there. You have to respect the Nesty cage.
There's just too much terrain control coming in from DCG, and yes, they lose that dragon, but it's an inconsequential dragon at the moment because of the fact that it is only the second J-Team dragon into their hands. So I love the trade coming in from DCG. Get yourself more gold. Remember, you have the better scaling composition. You have the higher ranged composition as well. So the more gold you can get, it doesn't even matter if J-Team get the third dragon. Maybe even the fourth dragon. If they get Dragon Soul, yes, it's a big power spike to them, but this Dragon Soul only works if you're actually able to auto attack or actually get in range of your abilities, which DCG have already shown that they can just stiff arm J-Team away from them.
Yeah, Nesty's going to be a big problem. Void Staff completed for him right now, so damage starting to come in, and you know, the Jinx on the Kraken Slayer plus the Rapid Fire. Another thing to point out, too, like, you know, we talked about scaling, and with itemization, it's going to be even better, right? Because you do have an Ornn on this team. You can get those Masterworks items. And look, lo and behold, Leaky's already got his Rhymeforged Grasp here, as he is just going to continue bullying Driver. Bam! Big boom, slam down on the hammer. The Croc's going to try to be big, and yeah, Kongye's coming, but so is Nesty. And I don't care how big that Renekton thinks he is going down, but they're bringing a lot more friends to the party. I spoke too soon, Nightstar! They have more friends! They've got the entire team on the back half, and they are going to get shutdowns. But Deep Cross going to try to run for the mid lane, at least make something of it.
Yeah, and I mean, the play looked good. It's just they didn't quite have enough burst damage to finish off the kill fast enough, and then a turn comes in. This is also a big benefit from having the Hex Gates, right? Because if you're playing defensively, you have the ability to respond a lot faster with the additional Hex Gate gap closing ability. So J-Team, they come out ahead of that trade. A much needed pick off there as well, because now the gold is getting a lot tighter here, pretty much dead even, and They do need to find a little bit more, though. They really need that Baron or the Dragon Soul really to shift the calculus in their favor. As we get to see the replay, we'll see that the response, the Renata and the Orianna, look, the fight starts, they take Hex Gates right here. So all of a sudden, like, 3-4 screens of distance instantly responded by the side of J-Team and DCG. Like, Nesty, yes, you infinitely scale, but still...
Not if you're dead.
Yeah, you're still a little bit behind. As we can see, like, he's still 50 CS down, so the damage he should have, not quite there yet. At 180 stacks of his additional AP, so that feels good. And is also a gold value that's not being kept track of, right, in the actual gold value here. But at this point in the game, you should be looking at 230, 250 stacks. So definitely a little bit behind the curve.
Yeah, Nesty kind of sets himself back a little bit. I think maybe a little greed there. They thought they'd be able to fully driver, but he's got some more sustain. I think he had the Randuin's. I think he actually might have bought it after that engage, but the Hex Gates really shift things a bit. It's not as easy to get the collapse on, and he was able to sustain long enough, buy some time. You have to think Leaky will be thinking twice about going as all in as he was. Yeah, respecting the distance a little bit more. Still a level advantage, but now Driver has a much-needed lifeline, and they did manage to at least take down the tower. And gold advantage for J-Team, I think, for the first time this game.
Yeah, ever so slight. But we have the second masterwork item coming in. So that's about 2,000 gold value, right? 1,000 gold per item. So even though the gold lead is technically for the side of J-Team, stats-wise, DCG hold a much larger gold advantage as we are setting up for this next dragon. It would be J-Team's third, but DCG have early access into the dragon pit.
But the Hex Gate, they've got the back of the pit, and that's going to be smited down. Can Deep Cross get away from it? The hostile takeover
we flip sides.
is going to be dodged. Yeah, Hex Gates make things a little weird, for sure.
They're stuck in the choke.
And now they're going to try and get the counter collapse. Here comes the call. The Forge God getting a massive knock up here. Kongye looking for an angle. Once again, the turn Driver on the Dominus front lining it up as they try to stiff arm J-Team. Deep Cross just want to walk away. They don't want to take this one outside at all.
And now it will be J-Team looking to just run down mid. Minion wave not quite there, so that's going to give DCG the ability to round back over and at least protect their tier 2. I don't know if they'll be able to defend this tier 1, but nice cage buys time. Possibly, Leaky's too far.
Okay, he's going to go down. That's going to be the kill. Starting off, Enzo ends up getting the credit for it on the Ignite. Or are they gonna turn for the Baron? I think they might, Nightstar.
At this point in the game, you have to take a couple more chances. J-Team might have considered it, but it turns out they just want to try and maybe pull DCG in a poor rotation pattern. However, DCG, they are able to just walk it off. So all in all, it's Dragon for mid-tier 1 and 1 kill for the side of J-Team. Leaky just overextends himself just a little bit, but as things stand, again, like, this 2,000 gold is not 2,000 gold for the side of J-Team. It's dead even.
Yeah, they're still making a couple of mistakes, but not ones that are getting massively punished. I think that's the key thing, right, is that they're just little things that J-Team are getting, and as you mentioned, the gold is very deceptive. Not only do we have the first Ornn item completed on himself, the Rhymeforge Grasp, we have the upgraded Kraken Slayer, the Wormfallen Sacrifice. Such a metal bunch of names for these mythic upgrades.
He's going to be the next member of Pentakill.
Yeah. Honestly, Pentakill Jinx would be a dope skin. She has a lot of really cool ones, but I don't know if we're going to be getting that.
Yeah, not quite.
And maybe, I don't know. Rito, please.
Who knows?
Jinx
knows?
from Arcane? Anybody?
But yeah, absolutely. Bat chest.
Yeah, no. I mean, honestly, I feel like she might get the skin.
Perhaps.
Who knows? Maybe one day. Anyways,
But
this is going to
going
be
back
Deep Cross
to
looking
Jinx.
for mid-control. Yeah. The Jinx is going to become a big problem for sure. Only 2 items now,
PCS
looking for
lead.
that third.
Ooh, look
Teleport
at this
flames!
teleport.
Hold on!
Coming
Yeah,
in from
driver.
Narnia.
Oh boy, they are going to get the collapse
Cascada's
on
pretty
here.
much
In
dead.
comes the big interior crocodile alligator.
Cascada's
But
still alive.
can they get the turnaround? No, driver goes down at the start of this one, and Deep Cross have managed to get the stiff arm. How the heck did they get out of that?
Oh, how did Cascada live? Oh my
Flash
lord.
and cleanse and a lot of luck. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say.
Also has now the recall coming back onto the map. Can DCG get to this
Baron.
objective fast enough? That's the real question. They are sprinting towards it. Nest's the only one close though.
Oh,
Hexgate
they
makes
might have
things
to
easier.
see this. It's going to go a little bit slower. They need to peel them off. They need time for the bear to come in, but he's not going for it. No, Hana did not have the flash, did not have the ultimate. There was no chance he could pull the steal. So J-Team, they lose the fight, but they get the Baron.
And that's actually a huge objective for them because, again, the range escalation here, DCG outranged the side of J-Team. So this Baron buff is very much necessary for them to get that extra range to take towers with those cannon minions from each of these waves. As we get to see the replay, the long con with the teleport from Narnia coming in from the wardrobe, unfortunately unable to punish Cascada, as Cascada like took so much damage at the start, and you'd figure, wow, that it's so easy for Renekton just finish this fight off. You just need a couple of
many
autos.
live?
But Renekton's nerfed, guys.
It's those darn nerfs. Got to give him the edge on those blades, man. It was looking a little blunt there. I mean, Cascada had to burn everything to get away, and the fact that he wasn't zoned off after that is incredible. He just kept autoing.
And you'd think, well, okay, then it should be easy for us to finish off the kill next time. But at the same time, how many times are you going to get that ward that far deep? How often will you get that good of a flank ward? That's also a question that has to be asked, because while DCG, you know, that positioning from Cascada a little bit too far up, and you lose.
Okay. There we go.
It's not Soul.
It's harder to do. That's also been nerfed
true,
a little bit on the
true.
AoE of that. But you know what? You're right. Like, J-Team are getting these little advantages. They pick up another Hextech Drake, so now they are at 30 minutes on Soul Point because these have gone so back and forth. J-Team keep buying themselves some time getting back into this game. The question is, can they outlast the scaling game? Another Ornn item completed. Eternal Winter now onto Nesty.
Yes.
And he has the Death Cap too, so he's going to sting. I want to see what his Q stacks are at when they rotate back over to him.
Yeah.
Because at a certain point, that Primordial Burst is going to be the delete button.
Yeah, now that you're on 3 items, you're very close to 800 AP onto that Veigar. Or at least, well, maybe not 700 quite yet. Maybe around, but surely
hope to be
around
getting there.
500-ish. As we will see the push into the bot lane again. It's very helpful that they have this Baron cannon now, because now they can actually hit this tower.
Okay, that's 4-4 in towers. This game has definitely swung very close right now. Mistakes by Deep Cross allowing the J-Team members to get back into the game. Driver, after a bad early game, he's managed to really stabilize here and playing for much more of a tanky stat stick Renekton that we do see. Rando and Zoman, of course, building more towards items as well. It's also 3 AD carry items on both sides. Let's take a look at the Veigar. 230 right now is the number we're looking at.
750
Make that
AP
33.
though.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So, yes, it is that 700 target that I actually said. I wasn't sure if he had farmed enough to actually push him over to that point, but with the death cap, of course, giant spike in damage. It's not just the raw AP given by the cap itself, but also just the percent boost, which just amplifies Veigar's damage out the roof.
And you gotta respect the CC chain that can be coming in here. Every time they see Leaky or Hana, they gotta watch for it, and you can't really discount the damage Cascada can put out as well. So J-Team are gonna have to play this oh so carefully. Here goes Kongye. Gets the Spectral Maw off onto Leaky, but it just kind of tickles it.
Predator. Oh, Enzo's
There we
way out
go.
of position.
Run, run, run as fast as you can.
Okay,
Enzo, he is going to push back and away. He's all right. There's nothing that Deep Cross can get on the map with the zone control. There is no objectives for the next couple of minutes anyways. So this is all about the fight. Here's Leaky on the flank. Call the Forge God.
Oh, they're
All right, they're going to land it. Enzo flashes, but Driver wanted to go for the pincer play again. Deep Cross sniffing this one out. They're going to turn for Driver as well. Oh, what a dangerous dance this is, Nightstar.
Yeah, and there's really just nothing to do on the map. That's why we see this ARAM position. And now Nesty coming over on the side has the flash available. Doesn't have Predator, though. And he could just get picked off as well as J-Team. They made their way over towards that top half of the map. But okay,
Close
that's
to getting the baby cage.
We are just fishing for any fight here from both sides.
I love a good ARAM, Nightstar. This is fun League of Legends.
Lil V loses his ultimate. He'll get that back before the next objective, but 1 minute until Baron buff. 100 seconds until that last Hex Tech Dragon for J-Team. So things starting to pop up. That's why we have these recalls coming in as they try and get as strong as possible. And for the side of DCG, that means getting more stopwatches. We have to account for all the stopwatches coming into this next fight. Is we have 2 on both of the carries from the side of DCG, and for the side of J-Team, there's actually only the one. It's on the Viego. He does have a GA as well, so he's able to buy a lot of time. But Driver going in for this the chains.
Long flank.
Okay.
Oh, he's not in the fight right now. That's going to be Lil V. Deleted by Nesty. The teleport is too late.
Oh,
they turn
Driver.
the collapse. The croc might be big, but oh no. I think they're going to be turning him into a pair of boots. Friscata with the kill. Without the big carry threat of Lil V and the front line of Driver, this will be the Deep Cross Baron turn.
J-Team, I think they just have to give it up and run straight towards that Dragon, but because Dragon isn't up, the desync is going to be massive as DCG will be able to snag themselves this Baron buff, and they should have more than enough time to respond to that Dragon. As you can see here, they even have 1 recall coming in. That's going to be Nesty on the recall because he has the teleport to get back into the fight. Hex get used by Konga to get out of this
Konga
situation.
just says nope.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
he doesn't want any part of that.
they've given up the space around this dragon. This should be a very easy 3rd dragon for DCG. So everything coming down to the next dragon. It does look like J-Team, they are interested in trying to contest, but this goes down way too fast.
A little bit too fast. They can't. Oh, he steals it! No! Kanye steals the soul! I don't believe it! Yeah, pop that scream emoji!
Oh my lord, I did not think he would go for the steal, and I mean that's
holy moly.
That's the best case scenario is we get to see the replay. You know that there's a no flash onto Enzo, but they aim for Lil V, and Lil V just doesn't have any resistances to survive the primordial burst coming in from the side of Veigar. And then Driver is just way too late to the party. He shows up, but remember, this is pretty much full tank. Renekton doesn't do anything besides stand there and eventually throw out a stun every couple seconds.
All right, so DCG are just continuing to scale and become this titanic threat. They have the Baron buff, they're going for the push.
They've
but
got
the
the
one
full
thing
orange suit.
J-Team have, Nightstar, is that soul that they stole. Can that make the difference? Driver's caught, chunked down by the dark matter of Nesty, and yeah, this is Veigar online.
Yeah, I mean, Nesty, he might just be very, very close to the 1000 AP breakpoint, and it doesn't even matter how much magic resistance you build. After that, you're still going to get one shot because he already has the Void Staff. And now it's just going to come down to how much can J-Team hold on to when it comes to their base before they just have to go for the fight. But we know, like, Driver, he's pretty much paper to this Veigar. Viego, he is paper to this Veigar as well. Everyone is just tissue paper. But Leaky, he's a little bit isolated.
He's cardboard. He's cardboard right now, but he's speedy as well, able to get away. Use the flash, a little bit of an oopsie on positioning, but they can try for the catch. All right.
I don't know if cardboard is best used to describe it.
Okay, well, I'll go particle board. He could have been taken down, but it would have been a little chewy there. All the same, they are going to stun up Hana. I mean, yeah, I don't know my packing materials. I'm a shoutcaster. What do you want from me, Nightstar?
But now DCG, they just walk mid. Guess they don't have the Baron buff.
Oh, that's the stun on Woody. Oh, they are going to delete him. Kongye, he gets one. I don't know if that's what he wanted to be.
That's not it. That's not it.
Yeah, no. Hostile takeover. Going to get burned. Oh, he's going to have to resurrect now. That is on the Guardian Angel. That was I don't think you want to become Karma.
Yeah. So that was not the ending he really wanted, and yeah, that's one of the cases where stealing a support does not pay off, because you just spawned in the middle of DCG as a support, as an enchanter support that's not even like that strong, right? Because
with no
all your
escapes
stats
either.
Yeah, you have 3 completed items. You don't have a whole lot of stats, but DCG down a soul, but the big objectives, another rotation of these massive objectives here. 2 minutes for Baron, and 2.5 minutes for Elder. If J-Team get the Elder, then they have enough burn damage to actually chew through this Ornn very quickly. So Leaky has to be a little bit more careful for this next fight.
I mean, you can see that's the J-Team plan too, right? I mean, Enzo actually picks up the Chemtech Putrefier to try and get those grievous wounds on. So they are going to try and shred through some of the big tank members of Deep Cross.
Does Leaky have 5k health?
I think he might. All right, well, he's going to
close.
catch... Yeah, I mean, he's max level. He's got the Force of Nature now. I mean, that's... Yeah,
this is
gonna be
with
hard to kill him.
Knight's Vow.
Yeah.
Like, Knight's Vow is...
Knight's Vow, Frozen
not
Heart.
exactly. It's a very supportive-oriented item here. So, it's theoretically not the tankiest, but at this point in the game, you just want to keep your Jinx alive because she is so strong. Again, full build here. And I mean, for the side of J-Team, they're actually still missing a couple items, but for DCG, they're essentially at beyond full build because of the Ornn itemization to help them out.
Yep, you can get a little bit more than that as we crest the 40-minute mark. Baron is in 30 seconds, Elder in a minute and change. Deep Cross going to just control these objectives and try to end it on that push, but you don't want a handshake for these objectives. J-Team can still have an in there, and Deep Cross, the longer this game goes, the better it favors them. Cascada, Woody, gotta be careful, don't want to get caught. Kongye going in, handshake, not going to connect.
Positioning is all up to Cascada here. If they find him out, could be the fight.
Okay, doesn't find too much on Cascada. Yeah, definitely keep your eyes on the AD carries. There's a reason we highlighted this matchup at the start of the night. Deep Cross rotate over to Baron. 27 seconds until the Elder spawns. Leaky on the front. They shred this fast. They have a full build Jinx and a Vigar at this point. It would have to be another Miracle Steal from Kongye. Here comes the call of the Forge God. He goes! Can't quite do it this time around, but they do have the hostile takeover. Will it be enough? Driver trying to keep it going, but doesn't quite have the damage. Back up from his team, and it's going to be Baron and 1 for DCG.
Oh, J-Team. Just trying to prevent the backs. The recalls are coming through, but remember, there's an Elder Dragon spawn. So
yes, there is.
With these recall, they have to go and teleport very, very quick. But now they're fully split.
Oh no, Lilvi, he does go forward, looks for Woody and Cascada right now. He does have a lot of damage in the Zap. No, he sticks around.
It's not enough.
Everything's gone wonky here. The rest of the Deep Cross members got baited into moving to the bottom side. Cascada's just going to try to stay alive for a little longer. Has the shield on. Here comes Kongye to get the chase down. They will be able to take the Jinx, but at what cost?
The Elder. Oh my god, they get the shutdown, a very, very much needed shutdown for Lil V as he still has an item to complete, but they end up conceding the Elder Dragon. So even though J-Team get probably the most important pick in the game, they get the kill onto Cascada on the Jinx, they can't do anything against it because Nesty, he just kills literally anyone with QR with the Elder Execute.
Yeah, so they get a priority target, but yeah, it cost them so dearly. Nightstar. It was a nice flip to try and like separate the team members of Deep Cross, but they just didn't get the objective off the back of it. So Baron buff on 4, plus the Elder Dragon. Deep Cross Gaming are going to be looking for the close. It is a late game and a late game build, and barring a miracle fight, it seems like it's Deep Cross's game to end whenever.
Yeah, now it just comes down to J-Team being able to find these extra angles to get access onto Cascada, because Cascada doesn't have his summoner, so
He doesn't have GA either anymore.
Yeah, might be easier to pick off given that he doesn't have those, but as things stand, we have the double Uber buffs on the side of DCG. Now that Jinx has respawned, we can just go ahead, knock down these towers. But it's not about the tower gold anymore because, again, we're pretty much all full build on most of these champions. It's about finding an angle for a fight.
And there is the call of the Forge God. Gonna get one knock up. Hostile takeover does land. And oh, when he's out of this one, Lil V drops the Moonlight Vigil on top of his head. So they have to retreat. All right, I spoke way too soon, Nightstar. J-Team still got the fight.
Renata's actually so good against Elder. They almost executed each other. And with the help of Cascada, I mean, Woody's pretty much paper in that instance, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I mean, you've got Enchantress supports against full builds on everything. Here comes Kongye for the flank. This is the 5v4. Actually, they don't have Uniboy here. He wants the teleport flank if he can do it, as he's looking for the back. Kanye tries to hold on to them right now. There's nowhere for them to teleport. They're actually going to try and stop. They're going to go for the bank. Here it goes. Oh, Deep Cross, they're getting sandwiched here. The slow move. This is the final fight. This is going to decide the game. Looking for the Ornn. Leaky trying to cut them off. Kongye turned away. There's the shockwave. Nesty's caught. Do they have the damage? Do they have the shutdown? That's huge. No, Cascada. Oh, it's running for the hills. Have they done it, Nightstar? I think J-Team have found a way.
But actually, can they end? Because there's actually no waves in their favor. Yes, they have a mid wave coming in, but they still have to go through 4 towers. So even though it's a 40-second death timer, if they're able to clear the wave, it's still possible for them to hold on to this game.
Oh, DCG, they're going to need Woody and Leaky to pull one hell of a save.
That's
right
the wave
here.
gone.
That's going to be the wave gone. Call the Forge God. They're just going to tank the towers right now. Leaky and Woody just don't do enough damage. That's going to be knocked in here.
Another wave coming in.
25 seconds. They have a wave, Nightstar. They have a wave. J-Team looking for the win.
That's
Leaky,
it.
Woody caught. That's going to be GG. J-Team against the infinite scaling Vigar against all odds. They take the win to go to match point in this playoff elimination series.
Pyra, unbelievable. J-Team, you can see it in their expressions. They cannot believe the results of this game because that was such a wild ending. That was so well played from J-Team. They find the hostile takeover, and the best way to carry, the best way to find a hyper carry is to just use their hyper carry to kill their own team. Woody ends up getting bursted down, and then they understand, man advantage, we are down in scaling, we have to take this fight, and then they just funneled them in, nowhere to escape for the backline of Nesty, of Cascada. And they find those 2 kills, and immediately they head mid with the only wave they could play off of. It was literally in the Doctor Strange multiverse, the million possibilities. They found the one way to find game 3.
Nystar, this is the J-Team universe, and they managed to get the win in Game 3 here. I cannot believe the way they found that. The Renata Glass ultimate coming in so clutch. But even before that, this game could have ended so many times. Kongye pulling the steal off, managing to get that soul on the Hextech soul for them, really got them back in the game. They may have ceded Baron control, they may have lost a few members, but really finding the opening, herding them into the top side after Woody was already gone in the 5v4 and cleaning up the fight. Just a brilliant maneuver under fire. When they had all but lost the game, they knew that they were going to just get shoved in eventually and that the timer would run out. They hit the go button and they managed to take it to the end. And yeah, it's like you said, even they couldn't believe it once they got off the rift. I mean, that was a long, long game, and they can go into this next one with some momentum.
Man,
Who wins
this
MVP?
game-
Is that Kongye or is that Enzo? I don't know, man.
It has to be Enzo with that hostile takeover at the end, but this game just delivered on so many levels. We see but ultimately, I think when it comes to the pick ban phase, what we get out of it is that J-Team, it's time to throw out the early mid-game stuff out the window. Just get a little bit more scaling. It doesn't have to be to the degree what we saw in game number 1, but this Renekton pick, did he do anything? Was there a Renekton in this
He
game?
lost lane to an Ornn. I mean, he was able to stat stick it up for a little while. I mean, that sure, but you can do that with so many other champions. It wasn't necessary. You're right. I think even like I think the Gnar was open. I honestly think, even though it's a bit of a trap to blind that one, it was possible. The Ornn had a lot more value in this game for Leaky. Even though he got a little hypey himself, he was trying to outplay and burned a few flashes. Maybe he shouldn't pushed a bit too deep. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think, yeah, you can definitely make a few changes for J-Team, but at the end of the day, they still got the win. That's all that counts in these series, is to actually get that W. And they now move on to match point, but this has got to be one of the most hard-fought series that I think we've seen in the playoffs.
That was such an absolute stress ball of a game number 3. Just the emotional toll on both of these teams going into the break room after that game has to be immense, which then gives a lot of other factors, right, for this game number 4, because now it feels like you've played through 4, maybe 5 games instead of just the 3, as we get to see the damage numbers. The damage numbers are a little bit skewed because, again, Orianna Aphelios, they got to farm numbers against this Ornn, but we can see clearly, like, this Renekton really fell short. But I cannot wait to see the MVP. The other thing is, like, look at that gold graph. Woo!
It never really got above like 3,500 gold.
It was never decisive.
For a game that was 46 minutes long, that is incredibly close. And again, the gold didn't tell the whole story. We were talking about the dragon advantage, the masterwork items, the Baron buff, and all that.
Yep.
But Nightstar, at the end of the day, it didn't matter because J-Team still won it.
Yeah, all the numbers, everything that goes into the game doesn't matter, because the ultimate result is which Nexus explodes first. And for DCG, unfortunately, it was theirs that blew up, even though they had all the scaling advantage. They had the extra oomph coming in from the masterwork items, but I mean, they even have an Elder Dragon for the end, right? So they literally had all the gold possible for them except for the Hex Soul, and J-Team still won.
Yeah, found a way, somehow, pulled it out, the one way they could do it. And Kongye is gonna be the MVP. I do think that a lot of this game's comeback potential rested on that clutch soul steal. And he almost did it again with Baron.
Yes, the big one was, of course, that Hextech Soul stolen away to prolong the game and really add that extra oomph into the composition for J-Team because they were getting outscaled, but the extra percent health damage, extra attack speed coming in from that dragon stacking really helped put them over the edge in this game. And
oh boy,
I mean, it's been a different year for Kongrea when it comes to being the hard carry damage wise, but when push comes to shove, you know he can rise up to the challenge.
Kongrea has got the clutch factor, and I think that's something J-Team are happy to rely on. We'll see if they can close it out in game at number 4 after this short break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family. Yeah. I'll avenge you. It's not long till I evolve to what I'm meant to be. Hometown prophecy, London reinvented me. Elitists do it properly. MJ would have rocked with me. It feels like a crown is the only thing on top of me. Honest things in CD, get high like PG. Guys is like Ouija, stay smart like 3P. Get fly like ET, live east like E3. I am the only trilogy, that beat no repeat. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, I'm an avenger. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, I'm an avenger. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, I'm an avenger. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat. I represent evolution like Charmander. Come through on the mic with a hard banger. Biblical with the bars, I'm the last rapture. I'm Picasso with the pen, this is art grammar. Lightning with the flow, call me for the rapper. I've been through some stuff, you will marvel at my chapter. Loud with the amp, but I call it a big bagger. And I live with my family, the only thing that matters. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I'm an avenger. I'm an avenger. I'm an avenger. I'm an avenger.
Your love's like a memory rushing over me. One touch and I'm mystified. Love struck by your energy taking over me. Take me to paradise. Two hearts rolling the dice over candlelight. We slip into overdrive. One look at the city lights, getting hypnotized. This is a paradise. Our paradise. We're in paradise. Oh, we're in paradise. Take me to paradise.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs. It has been an absolute back-and-forth series with J-Team snatching victory from the jaws of an outscaling defeat, it would seem. They find a miracle of a fight and really, really good usage of a Renata Glass ultimate to turn things around in their favor. But we have got one heck of a series. Before we get into Game Force Pick and Ban, I do want to take a moment to thank once again our sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber, for making PCS possible. Now, Nightstar, We had to go take a breather after that one, and I think the teams did too. Back onto the Rift. We should have deep cross blue side this time around. How does that shift the strategy in the pick and ban?
Well, it looks like as it stands in all 3 games, it might be an Aphelios priority going through the rest of this series. We saw J-Team swapped over to the blue side and first picked the Aphelios. I don't think the Aphelios had a whole lot of impact in this game, to be honest, as he ended up getting outranged by the Jinx and then also struggled to move forward in these fights because of the terrain control offered by both Ornn and that and the Veigar, right? So it was very difficult for him to actually get into the fights, but in the end, that was the AD carry that won the game, so maybe that ends up being the focus the next 2 games.
Yeah, I feel like every one of these games, I say to myself, oh, that's got to be a bit of an outlier. Things are going to change. And then it somehow gets even weirder in the next game. So based on that trend, I'm really curious to see what we get here. So DCG on the blue side, their bans so far so similar. And then we're back to J-Team on the red side banning out the Ahri as well as the Zeri. So at least this much has stayed consistent.
We're going to the throwback. And if things stay the same, then we're going to get that first pick Aphelios. So
there it is.
There it is. Okay, J-Team, how do you respond? They can take away the Nautilus because again, Lil V did not perform well against it. And then they just instantly snap up the Viego, already saying, hey, you know, Kongya, Lee Sin, that was great. You made some plays, but we need a little bit more of the scaling factor from the jungle. So yeah, that's why
pop-off was good.
Yeah, found his moments. Although, okay,
Hana mixes it up too. He goes Lee Sin himself. He's been playing nothing but Volibear games when he's gotten the opportunity. So that changes it just a little bit. Nesty back on a comfortable champion. Of course, the Jinx is the handshake play for Lil V now. Even though the Xayah was up and available, I think J-Team definitely realized maybe playing for later game is a good idea.
Yes. More scaling, definitely appreciated. And now, I think J-Team, they should go ahead, ban away the Renata, as that would be a possible option for the side of DCG. They're really thinking about this second ban because they could also look to try and maybe get the TF ban, or actually they don't need a ban TF, but maybe the Gangplank ban, I think is something that they're considering because of how annoying it is to deal with that ultimate. Now for DCG, you're looking at bans. Maybe they go ahead and ban away the Zoe, but the Orianna pick also really good ban here because again, you have a lot of champions that are just kind of just sprinting forward. J-Team, they will go back towards this Renekton pick.
All right, bold move by Driver after getting a little spanked by the Ornn from Leaky, although we might see a very different matchup here in the top of so many top lane bans thrown away. Okay, so if Leaky goes on this Camille, man, that is a lot of mobility. This is just dive buddies, plus Aphelios, of course. So there it goes with the answer. And we still have the potential Renata. I feel like you probably want something that can even follow up on this dive. You get 3-4 man if you want. But I could be wrong.
Could still be the Renata. Of course, you have a lot of terrain control with the Hextech Ultimatum. Maybe you boot someone straight into the hostile takeover. And overall, I would say that the lane phase, given that you know it's a Nautilus, is pretty solid. We'll see what value we get out of the hostile takeover, though, as that will be the key factor. And now it looks like J-Team, they're just adopting the two-man carry squad.
I love it.
That DCG had in the previous game.
I love it. They're going to put Uniboy on the Viger, let him try his luck at it up against Nesty in this matchup. So late game, it just gets absolutely disgusting. They have a couple of reset champions. The matchup in top, doesn't necessarily mean too much if Driver loses it by comparison. I think Kongye could make a play or two up here as well. And you can see DCG, they're going to try to play, I think, a little more defensive, right? Renata for the counter engage. The Leaky, of course, with the Ignite to prevent the all-in from Driver. this is going to be an interesting game number 4, Nightstar.
Yeah, and for the side of DCG, they've really changed things up. It's a much more pick-oriented composition. You have the Camille, you have the Rise, you have the Lee Sin. You're very much focused around snowballing around this early game and then setting up for the 1-3-1 or the 1-4, playing around this Camille. So that means the early game is going to be really paramount. Hana really needs to find early ganks this time around. If he isn't able to find impact on this Lee Sin, he will drop off into absolute obscurity this game against the Veigar and the Jinx. So I love this composition from J-Team a lot more than DCG, but there is a lot of possibilities to get snowballed around the Camille, especially, again, it's a nerfed Renekton.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen in the skill matchup, Leaky's definitely had the better openers here up against the side of Driver more often than not. I think Gangplank is kind of the equalizing factor there, but since he's been removed from the pool, things get a little more interesting as they realize how important that is to try and deny some of these pushes, especially if you want to go for a more dive-oriented or pick-oriented comp. So we get on to the Rift. J-Team with a game ahead could close the series out here and set up that matchup against PSG Talon in the lower bracket finals. But Deep Cross Gaming, they can keep this one going. The trend so far has been teams trading wins back and forth. So we'll see if that is going to continue. ST on the Rise facing off against the champion he's pretty familiar with in that Veigar. Uniboy, this will be his first time on it in this split.
And it's also going to be the Predator Veigar coming in from Uniboy. So
it's
he wants to match the roam potential coming in from Rise. We'll see how he performs on this pick. As I think it does very well into the composition of DCG. It's just a matter of execution, of course. Especially after a grueling Game 3. Sometimes it doesn't even matter what the compositions are because of the emotional and mental toll of the first 3 games that your micro decision making doesn't become as clean. You make mistakes, you forget to flash, you hold on to summoner spells. So those will be mistakes to perhaps keep track of in this critical game number 4.
Yeah, and some of the execution wasn't the cleanest even in game 1, so we could definitely be in for some back and forth. We have seen both these squads on a micro and macro level take advantage of the unforced errors, so it could be potentially deadly. As we get underway, Leaky and Driver trading out a little bit. Just some blades crossing as Woody and Criscata getting the leash. Do mean they arrive a little bit later down on the bottom side. Woody going to have to cede ground there. That's a quick hook by Enzo. And Lil V finds some damage, but the trade is evened out on to the Nautilus.
Yeah, and with Biscuits coming in from both supports, these health trades aren't going to matter a whole lot until we run out of those sustain tools. Oh, level 2 hit by both bot lanes.
Ooh, okay, they get the pushback. Enzo just walked right up, try and set things up. It's been very aggressive, especially this Enzo Lil V side of the matchup in this series. We haven't seen as many straight-up 2v2s, though, and I do think you want to credit Woody and Criscata a little bit on that one.
Yeah, and I mean, J-Team have put a lot of focus in making sure they snag up this Nautilus pick for themselves. Lil V shown can't really play up against it. And so far, DCG, I mean, they were able to find, get some hooks to land in game number 1, but not as effective.
Okay,
here.
here's Hana.
Okay.
He said he needed to get these ganks early on. He's trying for the setup with Nesty. Would be able to safeguard. Nesty doesn't have a whole lot of mana to work with, though, so the kill threat not going to be as helpful. I think he realizes it might be a bit of a lost cause. Nesty walks into the Veigar cage.
Plus 1 AP.
Out. Now the dive is going to come in top. Yeah, plus 1 AP. It still counts.
Let's see if they can get the dive off. They're also bringing Nesty over.
Okay,
Viego's here,
and Kongye
Viego's here.
as well. That's the turnabout into the Spectral Maw, and now Hana's forced to flash, followed through. Driver really wants that first blood, and it's going to
Okay,
be
that's first
Kongye
blood.
that secures it.
That's
they
3.
do turn it about
Should be 3.
onto Driver. 1, 2, Nesty isolated, and with the takeaway of the Camille, it's a double kill, and Kongye is on the board.
It's a disaster, Pyra! That's a triple kill for J-Team at 4 minutes. We talked about, hey, in these first couple games, it's been really slow. But the action... Okay. I was going to say, it
definitely
still
happening a lot
continues.
faster. Let's take a
But-
look at that replay.
Yes.
Man, Hana and Leaky got way more than they bargained for here.
Yeah, they try and get the dive onto Driver, but Driver recognizes he is going to get dove, so he starts kiting back towards his tier 2 tower, and this flash doesn't quite pay off, but it gets him low enough that Kongye able to get the first blood, and then it's just about swapping bodies, still able to pick Lee Sin, even though they didn't take Lee Sin, and it results in a
Viego,
double
man.
kill for Viego, and
He's
also
all the bad
1
guys.
kill. Yeah, also 1 kill
Yeah.
for Uniboy. So he, Uniboy, very comfortable. Kongye, extremely comfortable.
And Driver kind of just banking off the fact that they knew they were going to be keying off him. And yeah, he's losing this matchup, sure, but mission accomplished. Kongye's got 2 kills, Uniboy's got 1. This game, if J-Team intend to make it go late, I mean, Driver's job, as he knows it, is going to be going for just becoming that late game stat stick. And he's not even going for really combat early on anyways. He's got the coal.
He was actually gone for the coal. I'm very interested in seeing if Driver continues to go for the Gourd Drinker build. Just knowing that all around the stats have been lowered. Maybe he goes for something like a Stride Breaker. Maybe he goes for a support item. Who knows? But they're going to try again. If you first don't
Round
succeed,
2.
bring a level 6 rise.
All right, Nesty. Hana and Leaky weren't quite
No
ready for
flash
this
this
one, so a
time.
slice of dice. He actually dodges out the
Wow.
Q by totally predicting it, but
Hold
I
that.
don't think he gets out of the way. Uniboy is going to try to make him pay for it. Hana safeguards
so
and nearly
close.
bites it. Oh,
Uniboy does
just
flash.
barely out.
Okay.
All right, this is going to be Dragon for J-Team at the very least.
Yes.
So they do trade a kill for that. It's a pretty heavy investment on the DCG side.
Yeah, but I mean, you feel like if you're decided DCG or if you're a DCG fan, it's worth it to a certain degree because now you have a massive advantage up top side. 25 CS gap, you have the level advantage on the Camille. There's also a Camille with Ignite, so this Renekton will never be able to walk up to this Camille down a level, as we can see. Like,
That's why they're
they've
such a good
already they've even said like, hey, Uniboy, you have flash up still, you also have more range. We'll set you up in the side lane for the time being and wait for Drivers to maybe get a little bit more gold under his belt to then be able to actually walk forward into this Camille.
I like this adaptation here because it means that they can at least start pushing there on the top side and keeping
they
Leaky a
look
little
for a
on the
dive?
back foot. I thought they might here, but Kongye ended up going back into his own jungle, so the delayed swap happens. They do deny a little bit of farm away from Leaky, but unfortunately for Driver, he doesn't pick nearly as much up himself. He'd love to get this plate gold, so that's what he's sticking around for.
Yeah, but Leaky's trying to zone him off, and I mean, he gets the play, but honestly, I fully expect the Leaky to just go for the trade, go for the all-in, because of the extra, well, level difference and that Ignite. But doesn't have any assistance coming up topside anytime soon, so he kind of plays a little bit more respectfully. That will be first Rift Herald going to J-Team. I think that's the first Rift Herald for them.
And I want to say first Dragon as well. They've definitely started to get a lot better at these early objective plays, and I think that's a testament to really recognizing what Deep Cross are trying to do.
Knowing that, hey, they're just going to play exclusively around topside, we can make a play.
All right, and ST gonna walk it through into the
ST is
Spectral Maw. Can't really
donezo.
dodge that one out. Good night. That's a third kill for Kongye, and they should be able to get a little bit of damage on this tower, maybe even a plate off of it, but Hana's incoming. And they're out. This could be a Kongye carry game. We might be seeing HK Kongye again.
Could be a bit of a throwback here as recalls come through. I'm already
That's a
interested
9-minute
in-
Divine Sunderer. I mean, yeah, like again, like Viego is not quite as like ridiculous as Driver does fine the stun up on Leaky. Okay, adaptive defenses, he's fine. Yeah, like it's Kongye, right? Like when this guy gets a few kills, like he's gonna start doing some crazy stuff, and you just gotta keep your eye on that Viego.
I almost want him to just.
Oh,
okay, Chris Kyle.
A little caught out. That is going to be the land onto the Flame Choppers.
Beautiful
The Rocket tries to get the outplay, but they can still delete him. Lil V, with a little help from Enzo, does manage to find the kill while the Renata's away.
A lot of effort expended to snag that kill, but at the same time, Kriskana expends both of his summoners, just trying to play the lane without his support there. Instantly gets turned on for the side of J-Team. Great look for them, and all of a sudden, J-Team, after that game number 3, where it looked like they were just at a standstill, trying to figure out what to do on the map until the very end, this is a completely different game. They are on pedal to the metal here, and Kongye.
Alright, Path. He goes all the way for the full wraparound, looking to cut off, and Leaky looking for that outplay, that dodge.
Not enough damage.
Yeah, Heartbreaker, he's not going to get it. JT, oh man, they just clean it up, and even Uniboy's coming to the party. It seems like J-Team just has the map movement on lockdown, and they should be able to get this with a Herald drop. I think they're holding it. There it goes.
Yeah, there it goes. And I love this play coming in. You have the Renekton take the back. Why? Because you don't want him taking gold away from your 2 big carries, this Veigar and this Viego. And now they might even be able to get the 2nd tower. This is massive for them because they are already so far accelerated. This is a bad teleport.
Yeah, and it doesn't even get to complete
kill.
right now. Leaky's going
respawns.
down. Another to Uniboy.
He just respawns.
Is Shelly going to get a 3rd charge? No, okay, all right. We're not that crazy, but still. Oh, no.
Oh.
Deep Cross, the wheels are coming off at the wrong moment.
Oh, my lord. That just might be the final blows here.
This is a late game scaling comp, and they're steamrolling early. I mean, there are 2 Coles on J-Team.
Yes. And they know they can go Cull because the side of DCG, there's no answers coming out from them to pressure these Cull users, even the Renekton. Like, buying Cull on Renekton should not ever happen. Why? Because Cull, you're looking at scale, and...
Are you saying Renekton Cole is troll?
I'm saying Renekton doesn't scale enough that the extra gold matters. But in this instance, like, why not get free 180 gold here? Because the rest of your map is winning. You're a glorified point-and-click support anyways.
Whoop.
But Kongye...
Okay. Kongye, a little bit aggressive there,
Enzo's
as to be
here,
expected.
though.
So is Enzo as well. They've actually managed to catch Woody. Here comes Awesome
boy.
Takeover, but they can still turn it around. The knockup will come through. Kongye wants the kill, but Nesty's gonna deny him here. And they're gonna take the Blast Cone out to safety. Driver says, hey, I want to get in on this too, but the fight's already over.
Yeah, and you actually see Uniboy forced to flash because he saw that Camille was starting to path over coming in. And he would have been just pinched out if that was the case. So burns a flash earlier, so he saves a lot of HP. That allows the side of J-Team to actually get this 2nd dragon. But now look at this gold difference. It's 6,000 gold at 13 minutes.
It's massive right now, and a lot of that is in on Kongye. Nesty trying to dance away through the cage of the Veigar. He's able to avoid massive damage, but that is just stemming the bleeding.
Look at the plates.
Yeah,
Look at
it's
that plate difference.
10-3, man. That's a lot of gold right there. About 1,200 or 1,120, I should say. And all the kills are on the carries.
On the most important carries, the Renekton. No, he's the only one.
He can have 1 kill as a treat.
Yeah. We need to give him a snack here or there, you know? But I mean, DCG, they'll get one back before plates disappear, but it is still only a couple of plates as Enzo lands.
They pull Nesty in. He's rooted, but I think Enzo
He's too
bit
far.
off a little more than he could chew into the Hextech Ultimatum. Nesty's able to finish him off, but here comes the turnabout.
Oh, Uni-
Kongye looking for. They've already got one shut down onto Uniboy. Kongye turns 180 and runs. That was a bit of a wonky fight. Exactly.
Uniboy walked through. Did he take like 3 tower shots there? That was a wild one.
That was a bit sus, is what I will say.
That's where you go all chat plus however much AP you got worth.
Oh no!
Because that's all he got out of that.
Okay,
exchange.
all right. Let's see what's happening here. I mean, Enzo's the one who tanks to begin
this
with.
is a pretty good setup, right? You throw it in the cage.
yeah.
There's nowhere to go. You're able to chain the hook with the Everfrost pretty easily. But then look, Uniboy's just like, I must have.
That's just greed right there. That's classic greed. Kongye was like 2 seconds away.
Oh, that's definitely very rough. And now Hana able to snag the second rift, or not the second rift throw. Actually, the second rift throw snagged up by Kongye. So 2 for 2 on Rift Herald's a very different objective game coming out from J-Team in this 4th game and possibly series clinching game.
Ooh. Driver moving in on Leaky, but Leaky got a kill back in that one. You got to remember, there's a level advantage though for the Recton as he tanks a tower shot. Got to be careful there. Driver's got a little more sustain. It might be a nerfed build and a nerfed champion, but he can still make it work for him as they take down the tower bottom side. And Uniboy and Kongye leading into their Shelly charge. I don't think Nesty can hold the line here. Deep Crosser spread too thin.
Yep. And now we'll see if they look for a dive attempt. Charge goes
try.
through.
Nesty does get the rune prison down onto Uniboy. Oh, no. Oh, that rocket came in, and Nesty was able to get away in time. Teleport expended to try and keep the push going. And, okay, the pull in on the handshake, it doesn't really matter. A lot of
5v5
movements across the map. Everybody, man, this is becoming an ARAM of a series here. But Driver and Kongye going to run face first into Leaky and Woody. Here we go, the tag forward. Kongye still threatening Blast Cone to disengage. And, whew, you cannot pause for a second. You might miss the action.
Whew. All right. Take a quick breather.
6K gold advantage though. It should not feel this close.
Yeah, I mean both of these teams finding their ways back, even though the gold really says that it should be really one-sided, right? Game number 2 up against a 8K gold lead for most of the game. J-Team were still able to find picks to slow things down. And now in this game number 4, DCG, they're losing. They've lost pretty much everything, but still, it only takes a pick or two. Get that Camille going, and all of a sudden you don't have any answers on the side lane. But as it stands now, both of these top laners looking a little bit like glorified punching bags.
Yeah, Leaky has not really been able to get the dive plays on after that second one kind of fell apart. Or the first one, I should say, kind of fell apart there. The counter collapse from J-Team just a little bit too strong, and we had a hard time recovering from it. He's going to still try to be a side lane terror. Tiamat on, including the Divine Sunderer as well. And Dragon in 10 seconds. This will be a Cloud for the Rift this time around.
This will be third Dragon for J-Team if they're able to snag it. Also a number to keep track of, 174 farm on Uniboy when it comes to these AP stacks. So he is much further ahead on the curve. Leaky, though, not able to get any flank angles, but he is starting to walk up.
Yeah, this Dragon down to about half its health. Hana was going to look for a
down
steal.
way too
There
fast.
he goes in, actually grabs
steal,
it.
okay.
Not even the swipe,
but
the fight's going through. Here comes Driver now. The rocket does peg onto
Oh,
everybody with
big
Deep Frost, but
takeover.
a massive hostile takeover. And Glass
it's done,
Industries
okay.
is turning things around, but do they have enough? The second win for J-Team. Moonlight Vigil going to be turned once again into the X-Leg Ultimatum, but Leaky's still lead. J-Team have blasted them out.
And now the chase is on.
Okay, that's the handshake. Standing aside here.
Predator.
The Heartbreaker turns his attention over to Criscata. Uniboy can finish off Woody. And with the hook, Enzo, the minion intercepts. Here comes Kongye to finish the fight. And that is going to be a 4-4. Whoa, 2. My goodness. Oh, 1, excuse me. I can't math. It doesn't matter. This game's crazy.
Oh my lord, Pyra. I think that just might be it. That could be the fight that decides really the momentum of this game. J-Team. Yes, DCG are able to find the steal. The cage doesn't quite come down fast enough to prevent Lee Sin from getting in, but you can see they're just so much stronger on their carries. They control so much space with this Veigar. It's just so hard to navigate, and they try and come back into it. Leaky goes in with the Hextech ultimatum at the very end, but it's not enough because, I mean, through all of that, the Jinx still had her summoner spells up, and there's just more AP coming into this Veigar. The more you fight, the more you fall flat. You're just channeling more and more takedowns. Remember, on this Veigar, you get 5 AP per takedown in addition to being able to farm stacks when you hit champions with your skills. It's just... this Veigar is already at the point that Nesty was when he was at 25 minutes. He's like 5 minutes ahead of the curve.
He is, and that's great for him because this game is probably not going to be going nearly as late, right? Because you've got a 5-0 Viego. They can just do stuff like this, starting the Baron with 3 members right now. Lil V's around the side. Driver's not even anywhere near here, and he just had to be teleporting in. So they're going to peel off it because it's still a little bit of a risky play right now. But despite the best efforts of Deep Cross to turn that fight, it just looked better on the second half. I love that both of these comps are really just saying, all right, well, I can use your champions better than you because you got a hostile takeover versus the Viego. Leaky going to find Driver on the side lane here, but he should get back to the relative safety of the tower. Leaky's got to respect it. And, well, we have been here before. The good old PCS Baron dance. There's the engage.
Also
Find
the
Hana.
pick.
They've got the damage, and a bailout's not going to keep it alive for very long. Even with the hostile takeover, they outlived, they outlasted with the teleport in from Driver. This is going to be the start to the Baron. No Smite Steal available, so they know it's not a 50-50, but they don't want to lose the fight on the back half anyways. Maybe cage down, they don't find the damage they're looking for. Dark Matter doesn't land.
Okay, the root comes through, but no flank angles established by either of these teams, so it's very hard for this fight to break out. Enzo doesn't have the flash on the Nautilus to make a hook play, and now it's going to be a mid lane push coming in from DCG. They're using that priority to shift back towards the Baron, maybe remove some of the wards, but they actually just shift upwards to just try and put a little bit of stress onto J-Team. J-Team, they're not worried. They already have that control ward in the pit, and it will be a reset. But even though it's a reset, the reset's not the same because J-Team, 8k gold lead. And with Dragon coming up in 1 minute, do DCG fight it? That's the question, because it feels like, again, they're on a bit of a timer when it comes to the 5v5. So they might feel compelled to try and fight this, but soon, like, Leaky is going to hit the 2 items. Once he hits 2 items, he can take the 1v1. He can set up for the 1-4. It's just a matter of, are they patient enough to allow it to happen?
I don't know. Feeling like some itchy trigger fingers here, I think. J-Team are the ones running forward, though. They want to try to find the chase. Spectral Maw doesn't find its target, but they do ping on to Baron. And they're going to start this one off. It is a very big lead, and I think they've actually caught Deep Cross snoozing at the moment, even though
Leaky doesn't have teleport.
No teleport, yeah. Leaky can't get in this fight right now. Hana would have to go for the 50-50.
They're blasting it too fast.
Enzo's body blocking. I think this goes down the way of J-Team. And the fight's on. Moonlight Vigil's going to land a little bit late. Can they get out of here?
Just gonna try and get out.
In the pit. Driver gonna slash dash his way to freedom. There's gonna be the Heartbreaker out.
Leaky's going in.
Follow.
Wait.
Pulls in. Goes golden. That's the turnaround. The hostile takeover gets tanked, but they don't really have a whole lot of follow-up damage, and they're just trying to get out of there. The double root from the Moonlight Vigil will
Enzo?
land, and Enzo, he is going to limp away. All 5 members of J-Team have the Baron.
Oh, and J-Team, they get the Baron and get out. Now they're at a 10k gold advantage for the side of DCG. It's all about getting position and try and clear out as many of these waves. I don't think they're even going to look to challenge for this
Kongye.
dragon, but Kongye,
They get nothing.
Okay.
Deep Cross get nothing. They're gonna get a top tower tier 1 out of this. Leaky's supposed to be the side laner anyways. J-Team are getting everything.
will be third dragon for the side of J-Team as well. I mean, this was a dragon you weren't going to contest regardless because of the extra Baron buff stats to allow you to fight. But now, like, look at how much armor is already stacked up coming in from the side of J-Team. We have armor boots coming around. Now Uniboy coming in. Okay.
All right, 2 cages right now, but who will be leaving at the end? Leaky
More
taking a lot of
damage.
damage.
Could just
That
kill
rocket
with the
very
ult.
close to flash forward, and hits the delete button. Uniboy taking him down on the side lane. Now it's going to be J-Team looking for this mid-tier 2. Enzo going in with the hook.
Lands,
Lilby
no
running
tower.
wild with the Jinx rockets. Here comes Driver
coming.
around the side. And they might
Has
just
the
be
flash.
funneling them into certain danger. What a slice, what a dice, and what a call to me. Kongye is able to clean things up with the kill. And now they're right back into it. Nightstar, I think J-Team are looking oh so strong. And they are looking at a lower bracket finals against PSG Talent if they can close this game out.
Got the minion waves there. They also have
10
another
seconds on
up
Woody.
top side. Woody, very far, going to respawn. So
This
he'll
should be at
here.
least an inhibitor.
Yes. It should
Maybe
be
two?
Oh, if they find one pick.
Oh, Lilby is... Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Lilby! No, he stepped too far forward. Gets peeled back. And
Oh,
no,
but he still has
J-Team,
GA?
they're forced into the fight. That's going to be the resurrection. But he gets away on
He's
the
out.
fast-fingered flash. Moonlight Vision
Okay.
comes through. Cascada can't
enough.
quite delete him. The rocket goes wide. Here goes Leaky denied. And J-Team are just trying to play
wait,
on the edge.
no, no,
The
no.
shutdown goal, they go too far
Big
forward. Finally on the retreat path, the J-Team, man, they just did not know when to quit.
Now Leaky just trying to tease them just a little bit, but DCG hold on to their base. And even more importantly, they are able to get one pick, very crucial pick, as it's a big shutdown onto Lil V.
He was so far forward. Look at this.
Yeah, he just runs in, gets kicked, gets picked off, goes into the res, and the hostile takeover creates a lot of space, but yeah, he just eats a little bit too much. But I mean,
Lilby had like 3 chances to leave,
Yeah.
and he didn't. Like,
Boom.
now he's dead.
Calibro
Okay, cool.
finally finishes them off, but you can see just the drawbacks of this composition. They just can't get access onto the important targets. And now
Leaky.
long flank coming in from Leaky, but there are 3 people here. It would be a
You need to
1v3 if
delete
he
Uniboy.
went. He needs the collapse to come in from the rest of his squad. At the very least, it's a long con flank if they start
I don't know
hitting the
about
tower.
this one. Uniboy gonna shepherd the minions through. The rest of J-Team not far away. Just out of vision. Here's Leaky.
They have a
Keep your
ward
eyes
behind
on
him.
him. I think they're gonna see this one coming, and I think they're gonna be able to take the 5v5. They got eyes on Rise.
Oh, they did drop the ward into that bush over there. Teleport coming in,
Teleport
driver
for
to keep
driver
that
to short range.
minion
Woody
alive.
gets nearly deleted. Yeah, they just want to
Leaky.
keep this one going.
It's
That's a big
time,
move right
Leaky.
now, Leaky. Here's the flank. This is going to be the desperate fight for Deep Cross to try and turn their favor.
Oh, Jinx
their
is down.
fortunes. Hana, they take down Lil V.
Is it enough?
But the turnabout, you've already lost the jungler. Enzo, Leaky can't quite stay alive. Driver just keeps them all occupied for the rest of it. He will finally go down, but into the cage goes Nesty. Too tanky to die, but he still can't dish the damage. J-Team are on the offensive despite losing Lil V, despite losing Driver. They're gonna be marching in, looking for inhib number 3 and maybe more. Can Cascada, Nesty, and Woody save the game? The answer is yes.
There's enough wave clear coming in from Aphelios and Rise to hold the game still. However, J-Team, it just feels like DCG are just holding on by really their fingertips, by their fingernails, and it was a great ult coming in from Woody, right, being able to time it right when Jinx comes out. of that stopwatch, and I mean that makes the big difference in this particular fight. If Jinx stays alive there, that's just game over.
This series is so hard to analyze in terms of like who has the edge. I've never seen fights go this close when the team has like 6, 7, 8, 9,000 gold lead. It's crazy.
Yeah, and Renata Glass showing her value in this particular game.
Here's the Baron.
Yep, Baron's going to get taken. DCG, they can't do anything about it. That's the issue, right? Because you have 6 super minions coming in every single wave, 2 in each lane. But DCG, they will be able to snag themselves this Cloud Dragon. So that puts them at 2 Cloud Dragons. More importantly, it gives you extra gold. Yes, it's a small amount of gold, but it's still an objective bounty nonetheless.
Deny the soul right now, right? You definitely don't want to give J-Team the win more advantage. Now, Hana's going on the long flank himself, but he will be spotted by the lane ward coming in. J-Team, will they fall for it again? Leaky's going to be backing away. He has a teleport if he wants to use it for the flank himself. So many supers, they've actually got the catch on. On to the Aphelios. Criscata, can he stay alive? Leaky holding the line here. Big Moonlight Vigil. They've lost one Nexus turret. Here comes Hana. Arrived. Can they actually turn this around? Those health bars are so low for J-Team right now.
Criscata.
Here goes Kongye for the play. Take it down, Criscata. That's absolutely got to be the game over. It's way harder than it had any right to be. As Deep Cross Gaming collapses at the end, J-Team will take the series 3-1 and move forward to the lower bracket finals to face PSG Talon.
It was strenuous. It was stressful. Oh, so tense in these 4 games. It did not feel like a 4-game series, Pyra. It looked like
it did.
we were going through 7. There was just the tension was just immense in these past 3 games.
This was J-Team in the Multiverse of Madness. This was absolute bonkers. How do you analyze it, League of Legends? So many crazy fights that had no right to be as close as they were. A 3-1 result doesn't seem to even do it justice. You're right. I feel like this could have easily been a 5-game series. But J-Team just had the clutch factor. Gotta give it to Kongye and crew to get it done.
Yeah, and when it is times are darkest, Kongye, just like Batman, come in, swoop in, save the day.
Yeah, Kongye definitely set things up. I mean, Uniboy had some good plays this series as well, but we're definitely seeing Kongye after the last couple of games start to come back in and really put his carry pants back on. I think the Lee Sin plays were good, but it just wasn't enough. These games went too long. They went too crazy. You start to fall off pretty hard, and it's so interesting to see what roles the individual games really hinged on. And I mean, for Deep Cross, this has got to be a painful one because they came in looking like they had a pretty good shot. They were the hot shots that had upended the apple cart on J-Team in game number 1 of our entire spring split. But it seems like J-Team, they managed to find answers. They managed to find wins. I think this is a team that is had its fair share of ups and downs. Nice start, but they pulled it out today.
Yeah, J-Team, I mean, even coming into the playoffs, I was saying probably a lot different from what the other casters were saying. I didn't have J-Team ranked as high, but given that DCG also looked so flat towards the end of the season, they also they had a lot of struggles to really answer for it. And I think in the first couple of series, we got those answered from them, but in the lower bracket, they could only find that victory over Frank Esports. And against J-Team, I think J-Team, they themselves grew a lot in the past couple of series.
Well, and they certainly had a lot of series to play through it, right? I mean, that back and forth with Megabank Beyond Gaming. I think J-Team have definitely gone through the gauntlet here. They will progress forward to face off against PSG Talon, try and knock them off their perch and make it an all J-Teamer finals up against CFO. It's a possibility. I mean, this is definitely a new day in the PCS, but this series was so hard to predict in so many ways. it went very back and forth, and finally J-Team strung two wins together. But even the way they won Game 3, I mean, it was very much going against them until they managed to turn that fight. It felt like Renata, Glask, and Viego were like the big picks of the last couple of games, and they made them work for them.
Yeah, the Renata Glask almost pulled these team fights, right? Because of how much damage Lil V was doing to his own team with the AoE rockets. And I mean, the damage chart there for JT really showcasing Uniboy, how accelerated he was on this Veigar pick. And once you're accelerated with this pick, you're already such a hard scaling champion. You just snowball out of control because of how fast, once the first stacks come in, then the stacks just keep rolling in. It's almost a bank plank at that point.
Yeah, it kind of, for Nesty, it's a little unfortunate that this is how his playoff run is going to end in the spring split, getting very outplayed on a champion that he sort of made a pretty big name for himself on. But Uniboy is just, you know, I came into this playoffs thinking that he had a champ pool issue, that he was going to have problems if he didn't get one of these assassins. But he plays Victor in game number 1, and he plays it to a T. He plays this Veigar in game number 4. I think, based on this series, that assertion is out the window until proven otherwise.
Now, he's really diversified from the regular season, and
he's a graduate boy now.
I mean, living up to his talk during that interview, right? We at the end of the Beyond Gaming series, as we get to see the MVP, it is going to be Konge 90% kill participation, and he was just on fire from start to end of this game.
This is why you always have to respect the Konge carry factor, not just on a champion like Viego, but especially that. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere, and he will put out the damage. Almost 20% as a jungler, pretty solid, pretty respectable. Puts his carry pants on, and, you know, he's always got that ability. Sure, he can set his team up for success in multiple ways, but it is really good to see this side of Konge come out when it is needed the most, and J-Team take a win in this one to close the series out. Man, what a day we've had, and we still got a couple more series to go, but we have got ourselves a quick break before we take an interview with our winners, J-Team and Urichu. We'll be right back after this.
I will look defeat in the eye. I will stand with my head held high. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but you ain't putting out the fire inside. Blood, sweat, and tears will make me stronger. Whatever comes around the corner, there's a fire inside of me, and I'll keep fighting for my own victory. And when I'm out of breath and there's nothing left, oh, the fighter inside is gonna keep on fighting. It's gonna keep on fighting. Yeah. When the ground all around is burning, from the ashes I'm a phoenix rising. When I'm surrounded in the shadows of doubt, I will never surrender. I will never surrender. There's a fire inside of me, and I'll keep fighting for my own victory. And when I'm out of breath and there's nothing
来到赛后采访，我是主持人瑞瑞主。恭喜台北这一战队赢下今天本场的比赛。Hey guys, and welcome to the post-match interview. I'm Ray Ju, and here with me today is none other than JT's jungler 空月。空月 can you introduce yourself? 今天来到我们的赛后采访席是台北这一战队的明星打野选手空月，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是这一天的打野空月。
So congrats on the 3-1 today, as well as picking up the Game 3 MVP. With today's win, J Team is at least third this spring. How do you feel? 首先，当然要恭喜你们，获得了今天的3-1，自己也拿下了那第3把的 MVP。那赢下今天的比赛之后 ，J Team 已经保底春季赛前3名了。现在的感受会是如何呢？
现在感受其实还是就普通吧，就正常心态，因为明天还是要打上 PSG。
So he said that actually their feelings right now are very normal. It's a very like regular post-match victory sort of feeling because they still have to face up against PSG tomorrow. So they're not letting themselves get too happy. So the next question that I want to ask is that last week with your win versus BYG, Caster Zod mentioned that J-Team's analyst Nash said winning versus BYG was crucial in turning your team's atmosphere around. So I wanted to ask what adjustments you guys have made since the last week. 上周赢下 BYG 之后，就 Zod 老师有说，就是你们的分析师 Nash 提到，赢下 BYG 是把状态找回来的一个关键。想问你们之前失误是出在哪里？还有最近是做了什么样的调整呢？
状态主要是因为我们的团练也输得多，然后加上可能每个人都有点那个吧，松散，就是有点打得有点随意，第一周的时候，所以然后加上我们中野打架也变少，然后我们赢下 BYG 后，我们就是尽量有架就去打，然后尽量打中野，然后大家就是失误少一点。
So he said that in the first week, he thinks that why J Team weren't performing up to par was that they made a lot of mistakes. So, for example, like their mid as well as their jungle, they didn't really try to look for opportunities enough. He said that also he thinks maybe it was because it was the first week of playoffs that the team came into their games just feeling a bit too loose, playing a bit too fast, and just playing it too easygoing and not focused enough. And that's why they made mistakes. He said in their series versus BYG, they tried to make those opportunities happen. They tried to play more aggressive, find chances to make things happen in the game. And that's why he thinks they're able to play better. And that's how they're going to do things from here on out. I wanted to ask next about the smite steal on the 4th dragon in game number 3, because that was absolutely beautiful. We've also seen a lot of very great smite steals from you this spring season. Can you give us some tips on how to outsmite your enemy jungler? 那第3局完美的偷到了4龙，然后这赛季也看到了很多就是空军选手拼重击抢到龙的操作，就可以跟观众分享一些拼重击的技巧吗？
拼重击吗？就如果平常就是大家有在打排位的话，就是如果逆风了就去开8龙，然后对面打野来就跟他拼重击，你就可以比较容易中到，你就以后都跟人家拼重击。
So he said that if it's in solo queue, especially if your team is in a situation where you guys are behind, he said that's always the best opportunity for you to hit over towards the Baron pit and then try to get into a smite fight with the enemy jungler. He said that's the best opportunity that he thinks for him and how you turn the game around, and also that the enemy jungler won't expect you to be there at that type of timing. My next question is that Uniboy in last week's interview, he said that you are the noisiest on the team and that he's only close to you because your other teammates find you too noisy. So what are your thoughts on this? And also, are you the rumored boss of the team? 对于那天暖男在采访中说你是队友当中最吵的选手，除了他以外，其他队友都不理你，有什么感受呢？还有，请问你是不是传闻中的 JT 对霸吗？
我感觉暖男是嫉妒我吧，因为平常我讲太多话，队友跟我讲话，然后他有点太嫉妒了，所以就故意讲队友都不理我。 对霸吗？对霸，我感觉我们队应该有2个对霸啦，应该不止我有1个，应该有2个。
可以说是谁吗？还是不好说？
这个大家自行猜测，大家自行猜。
So he said that what he thinks Uniboy only said in the interview the other day that Kongyura is too noisy is because Uniboy himself is just jealous. He says that because he talks a lot on the team and he has very good relationships with the other members of J Team, he thinks that Uniboy sees Kongyura having that good relationship with the teammates and then he gets jealous, which is why he just made up that lie about how no one else talks to Kongyura. And about whether or not J Team has a bossy member of the squad, he says he thinks that it's not just one, he thinks that it's 2. He also says that he's not going to leave any names or call out his teammates right now, but he leaves it up to the audience to decide who they think the bosses of the team are. My next question is that in the spring playoffs promo video behind the scenes, we saw you touch the Spring Split trophy, and you said this one line, "I'm afraid I won't have the chance to touch it after this, so I'll touch it now." I wanted to ask what your goal is for this season. 季后赛拍摄花絮影片看到了空乐选手就摸了奖杯，就说了一句怕以后没机会摸，先摸一下。想问空乐选手，就你个人对于这赛季的期望会是什么呢？
春季赛的话肯定是冠军啊，但是毕竟我们还是算是新磨合的队伍，所以如果是今年的话就是世界赛吧，期望就是有世界赛。
So he said that if it's spring split, then of course his goal is to be the spring split champions. But he says looking forward for the rest of the year, they definitely want to punch their ticket to Worlds this year. He says that of course because the J Team roster for this season is pretty new, so they still need to do some work in terms of synergizing the team together. But their eventual goal for summer is to get to Worlds. So I also have to ask, because Boy mentioned that if your team won summer finals, he would do the TikTok O2 dance. I wanted to ask if you will have any surprise for the fans if J Team wins summer finals. 暖暖上次也说过，就是如果赢了决赛会领2摇，想问空乐选手会有什么福利给粉丝吗？要不要唱一首老板的歌？
如果真的春季拿下冠军，那唱一首老板的歌肯定是没问题了。
So he said that if they really do end up as the Spring Split champions, then it won't be a problem at all to sing a J-Cho song. Of course, J-Cho is the boss of J Team. So my last question I want to ask is, how do you feel about playing against PSG tomorrow? 那最后的问题当然想问，就对于明天要对上 PSG 有什么感受呢？
其实没什么感受，因为毕竟春季就是期望是拿冠军，迟早都要打到 PSG， 只是早一天打到而已。
So he said that they don't have any special particular feelings towards facing off against PSG. He said that especially because their goal for spring has always been to get the spring split champions, that they're always going to eventually have to face off against PSG. Anyway, this time around, they just happened to be playing PSG one day earlier instead in the playoffs. Of course, wishing you good luck for tomorrow's match versus PSG. Thank you so much, Kongyu, for the interview. Good luck tomorrow. 好的，那非常感谢空乐选手接受今天的赛后采访。当然要祝台北这支队明天加油！马上就把画面丢回主播台喽，拜拜。
Thank you very much, Ririchu, for the interview. A little insight from Konge ahead of tomorrow's games. I also like that he took the opportunity to throw the shade right back at Uniboy after the last interview. Like, nah, he's just jealous, man. We'll leave it up to the fans to decide who the boss is. Maybe the fans will have something to say about that, Nightstar.
True. Maybe some internal turmoil. I don't know. Probably not. But
no, it's all in good fun. But I really like the confidence. Konge is not a player that really minces words, it seems.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for tomorrow because this is going to be PSG taking on J Team. I'm pretty sure while Konge says that this next matchup doesn't really matter because they they prepared for both of these teams if they're going to take the championship. I think they're a little bit surprised to find PSG waiting for them tomorrow rather than Sunday.
I think a lot of people would be right there with you, myself included. Nightstar CFO really pulled off a shocker of a game yesterday, but this time around, this series also a 3-1, also in a very weird fashion, but J-Team standing atop that one, and they will be facing PSG. As you mentioned, this is, of course, a classic clash in the PCS as well, but J-Team historically haven't had the better of it for some time here, so we'll see if PSG Talon will beat them to get back into the finals, or if J-Team win it, then they'll get a rematch of their opening playoffs where they got swept unceremoniously down to the lower bracket. And, you know, as they say, revenge is a dish best served cold. Maybe J-Team will be looking for it, and we will get a J-Team Universe Finals. It's possible, but PSG still have plenty of tools to upset that apple cart.
Yeah, and I think in this particular series, though, J-Team showed what they can do against PSG, because a lot of the compositions that DCG did pick are very similar to what we would see from PSG. A lot of Rise in the mid lane, a lot of Aphelios. So if those are the compositions that PSG are going to bring out once more in our lower bracket final, J-Team, they already practiced the 4 games of it. Can PSG add that extra element to shift things into their favor? Because we saw J-Team, yes, the games were pretty tense, but they still were able to find the outplays and able to grind out the victories.
Clutch factor means a whole lot, but we're going to have to find out tomorrow. Either way, it's going to be a banger. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you all next time. Thanks for tuning in. Be good to each other.